Hello everyone! Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, High Remembrancer, Arbiter, Reminiscing Bard of Twilight, and currently General, General works in this case. Hope you're all doing well today. As you probably saw in the post that I made, this is my last stream before I, move. I'm moving in 2 days. Tomorrow I will have to unplug my internet. Hello Foxboy, how you doing? Tomorrow I'll have to unplug my internet, and after that, tomorrow I have to unplug the internet, and then Wednesday I'm moving. So yeah, that's what's going on there. And then Thursday we should be back, hopefully. I don't know if we'll stream Thursday. It's on the schedule. I'm gonna try, but you know, anything could happen. There's no way of knowing. So yeah. Also, we're on YouTube right now, so hello YouTube. If you're watching this live, please come make yourself at home on Twitch or make yourself at home there. The chat should be open so you can respond to everyone. Please make yourself at home, chat, jump in, whatever you want to do. That's what we're here for. So, the last time we were here, as y'all probably remember, we basically... Yes, I am doing this on YouTube as well. Yes, I am. I'm doing a restream, so I'm on YouTube as well, Deadpool. So getting back into Space Marine 2 and World War Z. Yeah, World War Z is super fun. I do want to play that more on stream. It is a super fun game. And as I've said before, you can thank World War Z for giving us... you can thank World War Z for leading to the creation of Space Marine 2. Because the same tech that was used to make how the zombies act in World War Z was actually the test bed for the Tyranids. So, which I think is pretty cool. So, that being the case... Sit back, relax, make yourselves at home. And yeah, we are going to continue where we left off. I just want to make sure of something real quick. I am supposed to be on my VOD channel. So I'm hoping, yes, I am live right now. Nice. That's cool. So, now that I've double checked that, hey Vash, hey Vashtar, how you doing? But yeah, we're going to hop right into things. Like I said, sit back, relax, make yourselves at home. We're going to pick up right where we left off. If y'all recall, the last campaign we were doing, I believe it was... No, we'd beaten the Prussian campaign. I'm trying to think, when was the last time I played this? I played some on my own, too. We beat it with Prussia. So, let's see... Yes, we were playing as the French, I believe, was what everyone voted on, was the French. Which I was hesitant about, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. So we'll pick up where we left off. I honestly thought y'all were going to pick the Habsburgs or something, but y'all picked the French, so hey, what do I know? Hey Silver, how you doing? What was he let you know? Yes, World War Z reminds you how terrifying the zombies are, and I appreciate it for that. So... with that being the case, let's pick up where we left off, and let me recap everyone. We're playing as the French. So the French's ability, basically, is that they are really, really good at numbers. Numbers are their biggest advantage. It is very easy for them to recruit new regiments. They're actually cheaper. However, yeah, new brigade cost is down 50%. But resources cost 10% more. And obviously, just because you have all these dudes doesn't mean that it's going to be easier to take care of them. In fact, it's actually worse. Historically, until Napoleon came along, because remember, this is the 7 Years' War. This is before even the American Revolution. But before Napoleon came along, French logistics were, shit would be putting it lightly. French logistics were really, really bad at this time period. And because of that, it was very difficult to maintain these huge armies. But it would continue to be that way until the reformation of the army under Napoleon. So for now, we're still playing as like the French monarchy army. And just to recap again. So what we've got right now is a bunch of royal recruits. These are, well, loyal to the crown of France. They're, well, Yeah, they're not very good. They're not. They're not very good. They're not very accurate. Their morale is god awful. Um, but they've got the numbers. Something that, as you can imagine, really helps out. We also have a group of provincial cavalry, which is again light cav. Meh. And then some Irish Fusiliers. So for the you're probably thinking, well, that's weird. Why are the Irish here? Well, so yes, this is before the French Revolution. So I'm at work and stressed. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Silver. I hope things get better for you. Um, so yeah, here is where the issues kind of come in with the with everything. Yeah, it's before the French Revolution, Foxboy, like I was saying. And here's where the tricky part comes in for this. The tricky part is, well, at least with the French military at this point, is related to the Irish. Anyway, sorry, let me get back on track. I was fumbling for a second. All right, so why are the Irish here? Well, France and the Irish have a very interesting relationship. Same thing with the France and the Scottish, the French and the Scottish. By this point, the Scottish are working alongside the English, but the Irish, who, as you know, can't stand the English, are working with the French. And because of this, it was common for Irish soldiers to basically fight in the service of France. So that's what's happening here. These Fusiliers are Irish in nature. Now, the reason I picked them is because Irish Fusiliers can later become Irish Grenadiers, which it's always good to have a Grenadier unit. Especially if they're Irish or Scottish Grenadiers, because, well, yeah. It wouldn't be, again, say it with me now, it wouldn't be until Napoleon came along that the French infantry and artillery would get better. The cavalry's still good. That's actually the specialty of France in this game, is their heavy cavalry. But right now we've only got light cav. So, let's see. So yeah, our second brigade is probably going to be a cavalry brigade. Let's see what we've got in here. Spirit rations. We'll go through this stuff later. Right now we need to win some battles. So, and maybe stop in for some supplies. All right, defeat the enemy headquarters, of course. We've got tomorrow off. I plan on working on my book tomorrow. Oh, really? Yeah, I forgot. You said you were working on a book. Let's see, I've also just under an hour to my shift in Sanctuary. Well, that's good. I hope you're able to relax afterwards. But once you do some more work on your book, let us know in the community, in the Discord. We might want to read it and, like, sounds cool. I want to hear about it. All right. So our secondary objectives: secure 4 encampments and then secure 5 convoys. So I'm okay with the convoys, but the encampments. Well, okay, no, the outposts are worse. The encampments are okay. All right, let's peek in here real quick. All right. So here's the thing. I'm not really in the mood to give my guys anything good right now because I don't know what I want to turn them into yet. So until I know what they're going to become, we're just going to keep with the standard, like, standard equipment. We'll just sell off the stuff we've kind of gotten right now. Because I mainly have to fight some more battles and kind of understand how the French work. Again, their main strength is their numbers. The French specialize in swarming their enemies with numbers. Kind of like the Russians, but the difference is that the French the French need their morale. The Russian forces in this game can fight even at low morale. If the French morale dips too low, they're going to run for their lives. So, yeah, you mentioned that you were writing, but you did not mention this book in particular. You just said you were working on a book. That's what I remember anyway. Let's see. Do we have anyone? Oh, we do have someone. Okay. Let's see. Precise, cavalry charge, and accuracy. Some of these don't really work together. Good God, my guy. That is a name. Louis Guy Sacliste von Ingbrecht. Good God. You want some more words for that name? Lord. Let's see. Is this like... Again, I don't know very much about the history of this. I know some about this time period was everyone just going around trying to get as many additional names for titles? Because if that's the case, then this guy must be in the front running. Louis Guy Sacliste von Ingblecht. Thanks, Glass. Hope you have a good one. Let's see. We do need to buy an officer, though. I think we're gonna go with, no, I don't want to get I don't want to get someone who drops morale. The morale's already low enough, for God's sake. Let's go with this guy, because he's got the supply wagon, which is gonna help once we get artillery, which, for the French, we are gonna need artillery at some point. All right, and we're also going to buy some more recruits. Do you guys have any, like... Ooh, wait, no. Expensive. Yeah, I can't afford that right now. But I can afford some more recruits. More bodies to throw at the problems. More bodies, less problems. Let's see. Have anything? Not really. I mean, I don't even have any cannons right now, so we can sell that. Good charge. I mean, I don't plan on having my guys charge anything, so you can take that. That's a good quality item, so we're gonna hold on to that for now. Yeah, once we get a new brigade, we'll put this guy in charge. But for now, yeah, we're basically going to be getting experience, because these guys are not worth jack until they actually get some experience. So let's see. From here, send in the showgirl division. Absolutely. Women have no place on the battlefield. Snuff, snuff. Like, no. At this point, women were camp followers, and now to be fair, let's see. Okay, well, I used to have like 7 in progress books. Lost most of them due to the account they were on being deactivated since I left school. Those were all rough draft books anyway, but I'm proud of the one I'm currently working on, and I'm only like 7 paragraphs into it. Hey, that's something. I mean, I just came up with ideas. I was writing an idea in college, and then I got bored of it, and just I described it as imagine a train station, or a train track and some train stations. All the stations were in place. I just had to lay the track to get there in the story, and I couldn't do it. Anyway, back on topic. So here's the deal. Women were camp followers during this time period. It was actually pretty common if they wanted to. Wives and children, mostly wives, not children, but wives would accompany their soldiers, their husbands, to battle. They would stay in the camp and would basically tend to the injured, look after their husbands, so on and so on and so on. Now, as for what we can do with these recruits, this is actually probably these guys have the most diverse setup. Once they get some experience, they can become, fusiliers, grenadiers. They can somehow change from French to Irish. Well, actually, no, it's not a joke of them switching nationalities. They're royal recruits, which means they serve the royal crown of France. So they're like draftees. They can become Swiss fusiliers, which I've heard good things about, actually. Ooh, yeah, that, might be nice having some of those guys around. And then they can also become artillery units and cavalry. Like over here, we also have chasseurs, who are sharpshooters. We also have German troops. And then, of course, we can have provincial cavalry. And then dragoons, or if we like volunteer provincial cavalry, volunteer hussars, and then volontaries dragoons. Or if we get even more experience, they can become French provincial cavalry, which then becomes hussars, gendarmeries, or, well, gentleman cav, and then French royal cav. And the royal cav are the best cavalry in the game. The royal cav trade their guns for just being really good at melee. So, yeah. Well, say hello to the modern, at this time period, the modern battering ram. Because if these guys hit a unit that's not ready for them, they're going to scythe right through it, like a scythe through a field. So, that sounds actually cool, Silver. I want to read that now. Okay, so with that being the case, though, for now, these guys are going into battle with shitty muskets and even shittier bayonets. And the reason I'm doing that is because, again, until they've earned their keep, I don't really want to equip them with anything. Because if they run or if they die, then I don't want to waste it. So, you know. So for now, we will make do with what we have. All right. So let's get moving. Let us go and secure that convoy. But first, search the battlefield. Might find something. Cavalry clash. Your Grace, on the far meadow, our allied cavalry has met the enemy's horse. Squadrons wheel and trade cuts, carbines crack at close range, and pickets scatter along the hedgerows. We may put in our cavalry and press the affair, at which the allied cavalry will dress on us and join our forces if they survive the clash. Yeah, let's go with, let's send our light cav. Send our light cavalry in at a lightning pace. Ooh! Thank you! Some hussars. That's actually really good. Hussars they're light cav, again. But still, that's nice. Thank you. But we are out of dudes. So we're gonna have to get some more replacements. Alright, also set to forage, because we got a lot of people to feed. All right, we have no reservists, so I can't really send anything out. Well, at least not yet. Hang on. No, I don't. Just give me some reservists. Ouch. I didn't know it was going to take that much from me. Good grief. All right, we're broke. That's typical for the French military. All right. Yeah, here's a large escort. All right, Your Grace, our detachment returned with the merchants in good order. The escort beat off 2 attempts by highwaymen. The wagons kept their line and reached our pickets by nightfall. Losses were light and discipline held. The merchants paid for the service in coin and goods and speak well of our conduct. The road's quieter for now, though word will spread and others may test it again. So we're going to claim our reward. So some money, some items, and more men. Very nice. All right, so that's 1. Let's keep looking. Encampments are these little things. We want to search them too. Let's see. Normally I would want to stay on the road, but, you know, what is it, citizen? Stay on the roads. It's the danger you see. But we do need to go off the beaten path, literally, to collect this stuff. Ooh, a supply cache. We'll go there next. And yeah, we slow down a lot traveling through the woods. A provision shipment. Your Grace, our scouts have stopped a line of civilian wagons bound for the enemy with provisions to replenish their forces in the region. The drivers plead for release, offering a portion of their cargo in return for safe passage. We may seize only what we need or take the lot and cripple their delivery. The latter will sour opinion among the ranks and may drive some to desert. Let's see, either take some civilian items or take the provisions. No, that's fine. We'll take the items, because this is stuff we can sell. We'd make more money. We can always get more money. So, yeah. All right, let's check this supply cache over here. A supply post. All right, what do we need the most? We need money. Actually, no, we need ammunition. I just noticed we need ammunition. So, yeah, we'll fight it out. Yeah, we strike swiftly, we may seize one part of the stock. We don't need men, we need ammunition, so we'll fight this one. Oh, yeah, no, this is gonna be easy. We have them outnumbered 2-1. See, subsidy. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be really easy. You should have brought some redcoats with you. Probably would have been better, but you brought subsidy. So, subsidy troops. Subsidy troops are, and it's not just a British thing at this time period. A subsidy troop is basically someone who comes from one of your territories. So the British subsidy troops are going to come from like Hanover. There is the Hanoverian Corps, but like Hanover, maybe some Hessians, that kind of stuff. But subsidy recruits also mean something else. It could also be people who were, let's say, politely informed that serving in the military might be their best bet to get out of a problem. It was very common for people to avoid problems with the law or other issues by joining the military. And in this case, many subsidy recruits are in that same situation. They literally are joining the military or are coerced into joining the military because they don't have another option. It also doesn't help that back during this time period, let me put it this way. If you guys think propaganda for the military is bad today, back then in this time period, ooh boy, it was very easy to fill recruitment numbers because they lied through their teeth and no one could do anything to fact check it. So, hey, Coolified. So to give you an idea, the British, for example, you've heard me quote it before when I've been singing the Sharp theme song, you know, "Here's 40 shillings on the drum for those who volunteer to come." Like, 40 shillings was a lot of money. So any schmuck who basically got, you know, suckered into joining thought, oh, I get 40 shillings just for serving in the king's military? That sounds awesome. Nope. See, that's what it would be. But most of that money has to pay for your equipment. Like, you've got to pay for your own equipment. Like, you don't get to bring it with you. You pay for your equipment. So that 40 shilling, about half of that is going to pay for your equipment. And then the remaining half of what's left is probably going to pay for your training. And then you see the problem here? People get suckered into it thinking that they're going to make a lot of money, when in reality, no, most of your money's still going to King George. It's just that because your money pays for your stuff. Anything left is, you know, is your payout. Which is why a lot of people wanted to be officers, because officers would make really good money. However, the only way you were going to be an officer is if you did something absolutely crazy on the battlefield, and I do mean crazy, or you were a member of the nobility. That's it. Otherwise, you better go do something crazy, because otherwise you're not going to become an officer. So it's a scam. Yes, for lack of a better word, Silver, yes, it's a scam. It is a scam to get the people who are poor and downtrodden to join the military. And it worked. And in a similar vein, something similar is still done today, at least in the United States, because a lot of, for example, one of the things that a lot of the, sorry, I'm trying to find the thing here. A lot of the things that we hear now, for example, are about how the military tends to recruit mostly from, you know, Hispanic or African American communities, because they are most likely the ones who want, you know, something. Like, it's easier. Basically, the military primarily focuses on those areas because, well, those people are, for lack of the military sees it as those people are desperate. So they'll do anything for money so we can get them to join the military. The difference, though, is that in the Army, or in the U.S. military, they're not going to, like, scam you like the British Army would do back in this time period. No, you'll know what you're going to get. It's just, well, there's a lot of paperwork you're going to have to deal with, too. So, fun fact, that's also why a lot of, it's why the government can't hit its recruiting numbers anymore, is because people who serve, everyone, just veterans in general, come back and mention, like, hey, don't sign up, because they don't take care of us, which, by the way, they don't. I've worked with and talked to a number of veterans. They do not. The military, the VA and the military do not take care of their veterans when they're done. So, yeah, don't. Like, do not. So, yeah, that's the problem there, is that they don't take care of their soldiers when they come back, so there's no point in joining the military. They're not even going to take it. They use you, they'll toughen you up, use you up, and then forget about you. Yes, that is also true, Delta. Citizenship. But, again, that was for people outside of Britain. We do it here, too. Like, if you want to become a U.S. citizen, you can just serve in the military for a set period of time, and then you're a citizen. Good luck with all the other stuff, but hey, at least you're a citizen. Start paying taxes. a confusing thing, really. All right, anyway, the fight's starting, and our guys can't hit the broadside of a barn. So we're going to actually wait. Let them get closer, idiots. So, during this time period, the French didn't fight in line formation. I've got them set up in line because, duh, that's how you do more damage. But the French actually fought in column. The French were one of the nations who basically learned or figured out that mass infantry charging a position is usually might win you a battle, or usually will win you a battle. So around the time of Napoleon, his men marched in these huge column formations where it was just an unending wave of men. But the problem was that once they got into firing range, only 2 lines of guys could shoot, which means because it was too dangerous for the guys behind them to. Which, of course, meant that if you were going muzzle to muzzle with, like, say, the British, well, the British fought in the line formation, which is where everyone is stretched out in 2 lines, so everyone can shoot. Let's see, I tried to join the military but got rejected because of my alter. Yes. Now, that said, not all the branches are turning away people who are on the spectrum. I know the Air Force loves people on the spectrum, apparently. Anyway, get him. Get him, boys. Yeah, we want to hack this guy down. That's their commander, so we kill him or get him to break. Yep, that'll work. Yeah, let him go. Now, he might come back, but in the meantime... Yep, perfect charge. Bye-bye. Not the best impact, but hey, it works. So yeah, now they're probably gonna break. Yep, there goes one of them. Yep, and there goes the other one. So contrary to popular belief, here's another fun fact for you guys. Contrary to popular belief, when we look at casualty numbers and a bunch of stuff in battles back at that point, we wondered to ourselves, we're like, good grief, people just stood there and got shot at long enough for these numbers to pile up? No. Most losses were incurred when you were retreating. Because what would end up happening is that what you would want to do is you want to do enough damage that your enemy routes, which means they don't pull back. It's not an organized retreat, it's a rout, where it's literally every man for himself. And when that happens, there's no discipline anymore. Everyone's just running for their lives, which means now is the perfect opportunity to release your cavalry. And the cavalry will basically chase down and, well, y'all do the math. If there's 100 or 200 dudes with swords chasing a bunch of fleeing people, and every so often one of them gets a kill, yeah, y'all see the problem. The numbers stack because you're just getting chased down by horses and you're not going to outrun the horse. So, let's see. We got another skirmish here. More subsidy recruits, and they got Jaegers. Ooh, okay. So, I've mentioned them before. I actually used them in my playthrough with the British and the Prussians. Jaegers they're not scary unless they're really good. But these guys are, yeah, I'll explain when we get in there. Jaeger is a German word. It means hunter. And Jaeger in this time period, are light infantry. Basically, your Jaegers would move to the front of any formation and skirmish. They would take pot shots at exposed units, aim for officers maybe, that kind of stuff. That was their whole deal. And Jaegers at the time were later on anyway. As of now, I'm trying to think, during the 7 Years' War, maybe some of them would have had rifles or rifled muskets. But during the Napoleonic era, you bet your ass they did. And one of the most terrifying things to come across during Napoleon's time would be a rifle unit. Now, here's the interesting thing. Napoleon's men didn't use rifles. There were many times where his officers and his generals told, you know, the little corporal that they needed rifles to skirmish, and he said that there was no need because because of how long it took the rifle to reload, that it would basically weaken the army if the men weren't firing enough. So his idea was, well, if you're complaining about it, just throw more light infantry at the problem. If our muskets are not accurate at long range, then just send more guys. Eventually we'll get a hit. Except, well, it didn't work that way, because almost every time the French light infantry squared up against, say, the British light infantry, it's the Brits who came away with it, because the Brits had rifles called the Baker rifle. And if you've watched Sharp, which I keep bringing up, go watch Sharp. The movies are great. He's with the 95th Rifles. And the 95th Rifles were a real unit. They were called the Green Jackets. And those guys were terrifying, because those guys would run out in front of the army in groups of two. Like, you know, two man, like one man loads the rifle, another, you know, another aims, stuff like that. And yeah, no, they would just start taking pot shots at anyone who looked important. So, case in point, if you're riding around on a horse, they're going to shoot you first. So, yeah, you said can't outrun the horse. Yeah, no, you can't. And it wouldn't be till later that the armies of the time devised what was called the infantry square. I don't know if it was around during this time period. I feel like it should be, but I don't know. So the infantry square is actually a pretty simple idea. It's basically, let's take all of our guys, form a square, and then like a hollow square, and the guys in the front will get on their, you know, get down on one knee and put their bayonet forward, and same thing with the guys behind them, and then the third rank of guys have their muskets out. And basically you make this little hedgehog formation of bayonets that literally works on animal psychology, because horses are not stupid. And horses do not want to charge into a line of sharp bayonets. They don't want to die. Therefore, cavalry can't engage the squares because, well, the bayonets are pointed outward. And those third rank guys I mentioned, who are like third, you know, in that third or fourth line of guys, they're shooting the entire time. So if you're a cavalry member and can't get in the square, well, they're going to keep shooting at you. So, however, the tricky part is that it took time to form a square. It wasn't an instant thing you could just snap your fingers and make it happen. It took time. Usually around 2 minutes, maybe. And 2 minutes is a long time when you got horses coming at you. So, yeah, that was the issue there. I mean, we're going to have our cavalry ride off in this direction for now. We're going to go and face the enemy. Now, if these recruits want to chase the cavalry, that's fine, but you should be focusing over here where the real fight is. Yeah, if those recruits want to stand over there and just follow the cavalry, that's fine, but they should be over here where the real fight is. Run, you French bastards, run! And let's swing you guys around a bit. And this is fine. Like, if they just want to chase the cavalry, that's totally fine by me. Let them chase. And in the meantime, we're just going to shoot these guys up. Now, again, these recruits are piss poor when it comes to accuracy, but, well, there's a lot of them. So, lots of guns means the problem kind of fixes itself over time. and their discipline. Ugh, the discipline. Those late firing muskets. It makes me sick. Again, if it's different for Jaegers because they're firing in sequence, but like if you tell these guys to fire in you know, on command and you hear late shots, that's just poor discipline at that point. Foot. Yeah, late shots. Keep going. We want to get these guys out of here. All right, you guys loaded your guns? Okay, you may shoot now. Fire. That's more like it. Yeah, but you can see we've got them outnumbered 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 to 1, and we're still like getting our, you know, getting shot up. Especially these poor guys. Good grief. Yeah, let's get a little closer. Since you guys have such piss poor accuracy, get a little closer and take a shot. To quote one of my favorite characters in RTS games, "We surrender. Now move a little closer." Fire. Fire. There we go. Might just charge in a second, whoever fires their next volley. Because you don't want to charge unless, you don't charge unless you've shot a volley. So it's volley fire and then charge. And Jaegers don't have the morale to stick around in a melee fight, so... Where are all these late shots coming from? Pull yourselves together. Yeah, not very fast, but they wouldn't be. They're recruits. They have much to learn. And the whole time, the cavalry's still just dragging those guys around like it's going out of style up there. One more volley and then charge. There we go. Yeah, those guys, they did some damage to us, but yeah, it makes sense. That is one of their command units. Okay, and now we just clean up the mess. Let the Hussars hack these guys apart. And then the Provincial Cavalry will take care of the leader. Now, we don't get, unlike Total War or other games, you don't get extra XP just for hacking through guys who've run away. If they shatter, you just let them go. In the other games, in Total War, games similar, you would get more XP by getting kills. But in this case, like, no, they're shattered and we get nothing for it. So it's better just to not even bother. Instead, we're just going to form lines and get ready for this unit, which is, well, I'm actually surprised that a bunch of subsidy recruits are only at half morale. I thought they'd lose more after seeing their leader and their sister unit, or sorry, brother unit get absolutely murdered. Oh well. Speed things up. Yeah, I don't imagine them sticking around for long. Let them fire a volley. Yep, now get him. Yep, there we go. Done. In this day and age, if you have no cavalry, you are vulnerable to flank attacks and extremely vulnerable to being surrounded. So it's always good to have some cavalry. All right, let's see here. What we get? Anything? Some more money and ammunition. Reservists, which I do kind of need, or veterancy. Let's go with let's conscript these guys. We need to replace our losses. So I apologize if I keep looking away from the game. I got to go back and forth between combined chat and then Twitch, because if the ad starts, then yeah, I need to be able to switch to my BRB screen.
Commander Zaruk says, fuck him up.
Basically, yes. That is exactly right. Though it would be a bit more posh sounding. So basically, remove them, or something like that. You know, something like that. But yes, correct. All right. So our replenishment is coming in. Some of our guys have gained experience, which is good. However, not a lot. So what I want to do is I will determine what these guys become by what our officer becomes. So, d'Estrées, I don't know how you say that name. Louis Letellier d'Estrées? France. I don't speak it. I'm descended from Normans, from like the Normans, but I don't from like I'm descended from Norman. Okay. So fun fact, I'm actually descended from Norman nobility. Like, and when I say that, I mean England. I mean William the Conqueror Norman, because my family's combined coat of arms is actually English and French. Which shows that there was an English and French lineage at some point. So yeah, I'm descended from either British or French nobility in some form, whatever. But anyway, this guy has plus 15 stamina, which would be good for fast-moving units. So maybe these guys will become foot infantry. We'll see. And then De Subisse has the Fierce thing, which is for melee damage. So he'll make a good cavalry commander. Especially since it drops accuracy, but I don't plan on giving him any carbine-equipped horses, so meh. Right. All right, so back on this side of things. I think what I want to do now is we need to... I think now we can start focusing on getting our guys some better equipment. We're going to need to sell this stuff first, because we picked up a lot of stuff that's worth selling. All right, where's the nearest friendly town? Chateau d'Un, all the way back there. Are there any other towns that are not assholes? Well, a few, but they're up there. I do need to go up there at some point, though. So for now, let's just secure these encampments. There's a few things here and there, so let's march. We can stop by Vimory and sell some stuff. Right here, I don't need a lot of this stuff. So you can take that, you can take that, you can take that, and you can take that. Gorgets and uniforms cannot be equipped. They're just for money. So we sell it, get some cash, buy some reservists because we need them, and now we move on. Distray. Okay. French is a weird language. Yes, it is. Let's see. Your Grace, we came upon a small but well-appointed camp, set apart from the road and kept in good order. It belongs to a displaced officer, his home overrun and his commands scattered. He claims to be without position, but not without talent. If we have men in need of command, he may be persuaded to join us. A paid commission might encourage him to accept. Sure. René de Montmorency. Always good to have backup officers. What are you good at? Inspiring, move speed, melee. So another good impetuous. So probably a good grenadier commander. Yeah, he'd make a good grenadier commander. All in good time. One step at a time, my friend. One step at a time. Your Grace, war has eaten this quarter bare. Families wait at doorsteps with empty kettles, small coin knotted in cloth. Elders offer good thalers for any provisions we can spare, paying above the market rather than see their children starve. We may sell from our stores and swell the purse, dealing fairly to keep order, or move on and conserve food for the march. What we part with will be missed on the road, but the coin is sound and the goodwill may serve us later. Yeah, no. Sell it to them. I think we're in French territory, so not helping the people would be kind of dickish, and they might hate us for it, so better to help them now. More food? Okay, there. Like, we're gonna run out at this rate. I'll have to stop at a city somewhere and buy food. We're foraging, but we're still running out. And when your food runs out, you start suffering attrition. So, yeah, we're gonna run out and start suffering from attrition. Yep. It will deplete your reservists. When you're out of provisions and reservists, your regiments will leave your army and the campaign will be lost. Oh shit. Yeah, we're hemorrhaging dudes. Hang on. Yeah, we need that food. Sorry, my guy. All right, that'll cover us at least till we get to the this town over here. Yeah, and the guys were deserting basically because there was no food. Army marches on its stomach. More food. All right, let's stop in here, buy some supplies, and then keep going. We need to go north now. Now, the problem with the French is that resources cost 10% more because of our, you know, we can field more troops, but our logistics are shit. So, yeah, everything's more expensive for us and we have to buy it. Now, by that token, that means the smart thing to do would be to fight battles, but, I mean, you can, but, I mean, you also have to replace the men, so, Anyway, what do we got in here? Potsdam muskets, Delft muskets, Charleville muskets, which is, so the Charleville is the French firearm. It's got really good range, but great range, actually. The problem is that it's very bad in melee combat. So if you're going to give this to your troops, you're basically telling them, shoot it out. Which is fine, except our guys have piss-poor accuracy. So, if anything, this just means they can shoot further and stop people from getting close. So, I'll take them. We can at least equip 2 of our units with them. Do we have anything that would improve accuracy? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Thank you. All right, well, we have 2 units here who are already level 2, so congrats, boys. You get the guns. In fact, I'm also going to give you guys this veterancy gain thing. So these guys will level up faster, and they get more morale. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, that'll work. And then I'll also give the last units of infantry some accuracy boosters. All right, there we go. That's better. I knew we had more stuff. Let's see. So the Irish Fusiliers, they already came. They have land pattern muskets, which makes them very accurate, but they have bad range. That's fine. I'd rather have these Fusiliers. Let's see. Yeah. I'd rather have them be that anchor that we can rally around. So, there's a reload tool. There's some morale for you. You're slower now, but oh well. And then... Yeah, there we go. So, if y'all remember, the land pattern musket is the standard British firearm, and it has less range than its contemporaries, but the accuracy is amazing for a musket, which is why the British in this game are literally the faction that says, come and get, come and take them. So if you're playing as the British, you can dig in somewhere, and if you're in cover, your guys are so accurate that they're basically going to be knocking off entire regiments with enough firepower, which we've done before. So, It was actually really cool that we did it. So let's see. And then our, poor melee in charge. Then here's a better weapon. Good grief. Oh, no, you guys need that. Not, you guys need this. So the lances are for charging. Basically, the first hit is, or when your energy, when that bar drains down, that's your charge. So you want to give that to hussars or really good charging units like this. So let's see. Yeah, here, you're not shooting. So here's some more stuff for your charge. We also want to give them, better, if we can get it. We also want to give them morale. So one little thing this game does not tell you is that once your unit, they kind of mention it, but you'd have to like look for it. Basically, once your units get enough morale, they get stat boosts across the board because they're in good spirits, so they fight harder, obviously. All right, so that's a patrol. We can probably... Where are you going? Come here. You need to speak, dog. All right. Redcoat recruits, some light dragoons, and ooh, Highlanders. Okay, not bad. All right, the Highland Foot. So the Highlanders are, well, as you can imagine, they are the elite Scottish units. The Scots are scary. Throughout British history during this time period, the Scots were known as the unit and the regiment that if you sent them in, they weren't breaking. Like, they would march up and they would fight it out. In fact, here's where it gets interesting. There has been, from the 7 Years' War all the way to the Napoleonic era, most of the time, the Scots, even before the 7 Years' War, the Scots were known for never breaking under pressure. However, there is one moment in particular where they did break. And it was actually during the American Revolution. During the Battle of, I'm trying to remember which one it was. There were a few of them, but I'm trying to remember the name of it. Crap, I can't remember the name of it. It was during the Southern campaigns where General Cornwallis led his men against U.S. General Nathaniel Greene. Sorry, Continental General. It wasn't U.S. yet, it was Continental General. So Nathaniel Greene Nathaniel Greene basically suckered Cornwallis into a fight. And during the fighting, a Scottish unit was basically holding their own until an American Continental unit, so these are like Continentals, not militia, these are like trained soldiers, charged the Scottish unit and actually started breaking it. Like, this unit of Scots broke in combat with this American unit. Now, granted, to give credit where credit is due, that Scottish unit had been fighting for a long time, so it's not a surprise that they broke after getting charged by a fresh unit. What was a surprise is that because the Scots were known for not breaking breaking, if they ran, it would basically cause the entire army to panic. So to prevent that from happening and to break up the fight that was happening, Cornwallis ordered his cannons to fire on the melee that was going on. So canister shot, which is basically just a big shotgun of cannonballs, was fired into the melee. So Scottish and American soldiers were scythed down by canister shot because, well, he wanted to break up the fight, which, okay, fair, but you just murdered your own men too. And by the time the battle was over, the losses were that Scottish unit had taken 50% casualties. I cannot stress how terrifying that is, because during this day and age, or back during the the 7 Years' War, the American Revolution, stuff like that, having a unit drop to 50% casualties, or 50%, is terrifying. Because that means that those guys, to anyone else, it would basically be like they were left out to die. Because, like, a unit would have, like, a brigade. This would be a Scottish brigade or a regiment. So it would have, like, maybe over 1,000 guys. And now they've dropped to 500? Yeah, no, that would be extremely disheartening. And that's the dead. Like, 50% dead. Like, who knows how many of them are injured or are going to survive treating those injuries. Because remember, a lot of guys died getting their injuries treated back then. So, yeah. You don't, basically, point I'm making here is you don't mess with the Scots. Because the Scots are terrifying. So the fact that there's a Highland unit here means that they, they don't mean business, but they're going to be a little bit tougher to break than these Redcoat recruits. They're over there on the left. My left, their right. So we need to swing our cavalry over there. Also, we are about to get an ad. So when it starts, I will switch over to the BRB screen. Same thing for y'all on YouTube. Every hour, I put on a BRB screen. So, yep, it's about to start. So I will pause. And we'll go over here. And I will be back in a minute. See you all in a bit. BRB. I'm back. Apologies. I had to answer my phone. Since I'm moving in 2 days, naturally every phone call is usually pretty important. So I'm back now. Sorry about that. Let me just adjust myself here too. Okay, we're back. So, with that being the case, let us continue the battle. Also, let me crack open my water bottle here. Whew. Okay. And we're going back. So I want to engage them as they're crossing the river, because the river will not only sap their morale, but nobody wants to stand in water, freezing water especially, and fight a battle. I'm hoping we can engage them right as they try to cross. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. I was gonna have these Fusiliers take a position behind our guys. They're attacking an oblique. Okay. Oh, wait, are those guys running? Nope, they're marching. Huh, okay. Wait. Yep, there it is. Get him. Hey, Foxboy. And yeah, here's hoping it goes well. It should, honestly. Yep, there they go. They're running for it. And we're not going to chase them, because what's the point? No, instead... Now, unfortunately, one flaw I have with this game is that units can shoot through each other. So, if I position these Fusiliers correctly, they're just going to shoot through these guys in front of them and hit the enemy, and there will be no consequence for it. Actually, you know what? Let's fall back a bit. Let's have them actually... I noticed they're not exactly in the water, so let's pull back a bit. Yeah, they want the ground so badly... Then pull back a bit. Let him have it. Yeah, let him advance into the water. Which the other reason I'm doing that is because if they get in the water, they can't maneuver. Need a little bit more. Actually, no, they are. I think they are in the water. Yeah, some of them are in the water. Yeah. Except the Highlanders. The Highlanders are not. But these guys are in the water. And that's why their morale, their stamina is dropping so quickly. It's because they're in the water. And this is perfect. While they're distracted... we can get the cavalry into position. Now, the smart thing to do here would be to break off one or two of these units, turn around and engage the cavalry, or at least drive them away. But I think they're a little distracted right now. Overcooked it slightly. Yeah, hey, rather it be overcooked than undercooked. All Okay, yeah, these guys are in... Their stamina is dropping fast. They're about to run out. All right, let's press them. We're going to get really close so we can start laying in the fire on them. Same thing here. Push up and engage. And the reason we're doing that is because I want to hold them in place so the cavalry doesn't, so they don't turn around and attack the cavalry. All right, go. Got him. Yeah, and those recruits are so tired, they can't put up a fight. Yep, they're gone. Those Highlanders, though, beat the piss out of my provincial cavalry, which makes sense. They're like, again, Highlanders know how to scrap. So, all right, they're shattered. Leave them be. All right, let's swing in and get rid of this unit. I want the cavalry to, like, at least do some damage to these guys. I want to drive them away if possible. Yep, shattered. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Light Cav does. Light Cav picks off exposed units and attacks those who are, well, picks off artillery that's out of position or picks off units that are, well, also out of position or exposed. Get them. There we go. So yeah, that's the deal there. Yeah, basically surprise, mother effer. Yes, correct. That is exactly what they do. The trade-off, though, is that light cav usually don't have any kind of armor at all. And, well, as you can imagine, light cav, also, if they get stuck in battle, they're going to get, well, they're going to die, basically. They're meant to harass and pick off exposed units, not really brawl. Let's see. Let's go with, given our situation. No, we'll take the veterancy. Level our guys up. Nice. We can't replace our losses. I hate it. It's one of the most frustrating things is when you can't replace your losses. Okay, well. So, Distray. You have stamina, so, let's see. Morale damage received, no. Industrious, no. Charge, veterancy gain, I mean, maybe. No, reroll. If it's loud, yeah, that works. Religious, so more morale for the unit. And then this whatever the hell your name is. No, steady. Melee in charge. Perfect for a cavalry commander. All right, 1 second. That's a text I just got. Hang on. All right, so someone's going to call me later today about what time they're coming to help move on Wednesday. Also, I feel like they might have ripped us off because they said it was going to be they said it was going to be $2,000, and now apparently it's $2,600. I get the feeling that either they found some other way to charge us or well, actually, no, I take that back. I know why they're charging more. Okay, so for those who don't know, the weather, as y'all probably know, thanks to that cold vortex that hit, the weather's been kind of bad everywhere. And last week, it was bad in a lot of places, and this meant that some places, couldn't do their business. And same thing with movers. Movers had to delay or couldn't do, business runs because, well, yeah, how could they? With the weather the way it was. So that's what's happened here is I think they're trying to make up for, since they had to basically play catch up, I think that's what's happening there. They're basically charging more, which I think is kind of scummy. It's not our fault the weather was bad, but whatever. Eh. All right, let's see. So these recruits... You guys are, I guess, are Fusiliers your line infantry? I guess they are. I definitely don't want French Grenadiers. French Grenadiers are nice, but Swiss Grenadiers are better. Yeah, 30-30, 45-25. Wait, hold on. 30-30, 40-30. Okay, and then... maybe... oh, those are veteran grenadiers. Okay. Yeah, so if they became veteran grenadiers, they'd be better. 40... let me see. I'm checking something. Let's see. 10, 25, 45, 25. 25, 25. Let's see. 40, 20. 30, 25. So... sure. Let's turn you guys into Fusiliers, which are just standard line infantry, and then we can make you into veterans later. That's one unit of standard foot. And here's another. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you guys can be you guys can be grenadiers. Well, actually, do I want that, though? No, I think I'd rather... no, let's just get some more Irish Fusiliers. Irish Grenadiers will be better. So... plus, I'd rather just have standard Frenchmen be my line infantry. Let's swap this around. All right, we have a full brigade of line infantry. Very nice. Now we got to get them guns because they've done well. So now we can give them weapons. So they've earned their weapons now. But arming them's going to be so expensive. Okay, one step at a time, Zaruk. One step at a time. All right. I mean, there is a way to get more money, but yeah, I'd have to be a monster. So, and I don't want to do that. I mean, after all. It basically would mean that I'd have to burn everything to the ground. I'd have to find a settlement and burn it to the ground to get the money, which I really don't want to do. All right, let's see. Your Grace, a string of pack mules and carts have been intercepted, their casks sloshing with spirits bound for taverns and camps across the lines. The smugglers claim no allegiance, offering a share of their stock if allowed to pass. We may take what is offered and let them go, or seize the entire haul. No, let's not, yeah, let's not be a jerk. So let's buy spirits or beer. Let's buy the beer. Yep, an excellent beer ration. That'll be good for a grenadier down the line. All right, we still got to find... oh, wait, there's another convoy, but we still got to find encampments. Oops. Bumped into a patrol army. Okay. Ooh, they got cannons. Okay, we don't. But we do have... yeah, we do have the cavalry advantage, because we have provincial cab, but we also have hussars. Speaking of which, can you guys upgrade yet? Not yet. After this, maybe you can. And then you guys... No, you also can't level up yet. But I will turn you into dragoons, and then we will turn you into gentleman cavalry. All right, so yeah. The good news is we've got some good soldiers. The problem is that they've all got really shitty equipment. That's the issue. You know what? I want you guys to become grenadiers at some point. So here's a really good. Actually, wait. Hang on. There you go. So now you guys have better melee damage, more morale. Yeah. There's a better bayonet, and then better accuracy. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Anything else I can do? Yeah, give you guys some better stuff. Whoop. Yeah. And then, ooh, infantry hangars. Hangars are basically, hangars is slang for, like, your belt where you keep, like, your, you know, like a hangar's basically a sword or a short sword or something for charging, basically. Melee damage and charge. You guys are foot infantry. I don't really think you're going to be needing that. Yeah, I don't really want you guys to be charging, so... Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay. Into the fight. Yeah, I am kind of annoyed. Hey, Wolf Gaming, how you doing? Yeah, I'm a little annoyed that those guys are asking so much to move. That's... You guys want to know one of the reasons why people don't like moving? It's because everything's so expensive. Moving companies ask so much for you to move, you know? They, like, you know, they want... And so how it works in my state is that it's charged by how heavy everything is and how far you got to go. So by that logic, that literally means that, you know, the more stuff you're moving and the further away you're going, the more expensive it is. Which, I mean, look, and there's always going to be people who are like, well, if you don't like the prices, move yourself. Hey, I would. But the problem is that I don't own a truck, and I also don't own, like, a U-Haul container. Like, you can rent those or buy. I don't think you can buy them. I think you can rent them. You can rent a U-Haul container. But the other thing is I don't own a truck. So, and I've also never driven anything with, like, a U-Haul thing on the back, which, yeah, I'd rather not, honestly, because I'm one of those guys who wants to be really, really careful when I'm driving, and pulling along, like, a, you know, a huge moving thing behind me, nah, I'd quickly forget. I'd lose track of, like, you know, my position and everything. It's just, it's annoying because it's like, you know, I'm already, you know, don't have a lot of cash right now, and you basically want me to fork over basically 2 months rent where I'm going to move. I mean, whatever. It's annoying. There's other stuff too. Like that's why I'm glad about the place I'm moving to, is that they is that what's really cool about it is it is a because I signed up early, because it's a brand new complex. It's probably only been open for like a few months, so there's not even a lot of people in it yet. So everything I got is brand new, which means I don't have to worry about the stuff falling apart on me. But what's nice is that because I'm one of those early people and I signed a deal with them, basically not only is my rent cheaper, but both this month and next month's rent is free. It's already covered, which is awesome. Now, granted, end of the 13-month lease, that won't be the case anymore. But hey, that's great because I still have to pay rent for the apartment I'm moving out of. Which, yeah, fun fact. I'm sure everyone knows this, but when you put in a 60-day notice, 30 or 60-day notice, whatever, to leave an apartment, yeah, no, you still have to pay for it. Like, it's basically you just saying, I will be leaving within this amount of time, but you still got to pay rent because you're technically still renting the place out, you know? It also doesn't help that I had to break my lease, which I'm going to let you guys in on a secret piece of advice. Hi, Wolfie. Piece of advice from someone who's having to do this now thanks to moving. If you have to move, or you know you're going to be moving at some point, whatever you do, if you can avoid it, don't break your lease. If you break your lease, you basically have to buy out of it. If you're leasing an apartment for a set amount of time, if you basically want to leave before that time's up, like before you'd renew it, you have to buy out of it. And usually that involves it usually involves around somewhere between 1.5 to 2 times your rent to buy out. It could be different in other places, but that's how it was for me. And then, which is already, I mean, it's already scummy that they want that, but they're doing it for a reason. They have to make money somehow. Now, here's another thing. And this is, again, speaking from experience, because it happened to me recently. If you're going to be moving out, like, you know, because I told the people whose complex I'm in, I'm like, hey, I'm going to be leaving around this time. Their thought was to immediately start saying, okay, well, we're going to need a return address, and when are you moving so we can come do an inspection? Here's the thing. You do not have to, you know, you don't have to bend over for them. You are basically still renting the place out for your 30 or 60-day notice. You are still there, which means that, let's say, because in my case, my 60-day notice ends at the end of March, basically. So with that being the case, that means that until the end of March, I'm still renting this place. So that means that I still have the key to get in and a bunch of other stuff. So they can't force you to do anything because you can say, well, no, I'm not. I'm still leasing. I'm still renting. Now, if they want you out completely, then you can be like, okay, well, then I guess I don't have to pay rent because if they want you out that badly. And the other reason behind it is because, and I hate this, I hate this, is that a lot of places, even when you put in a 30 to 60-day notice, like in my case, I'm leaving and still have, you know, I'm still technically leasing the place until everything's over and done. The problem is that, well, I still have to pay the utilities. I'm not even going to be here, and I still have to pay the utilities. A smart person, like me, would want to cancel the utility payment. Be like, okay, not here anymore. Turn off the water, turn off the power. But no, you can't do that. For some damn reason known only to God, apparently you can't do that. Apparently that's against the rules to stop utility payments, even though I'm not here, because I'm still leasing. But, whatever. At least now, with how the weather's been, my counter to that will be, okay, I won't cut, you know, I was just going to cut the power and the water so you wouldn't have to worry about the pipes bursting because it's so cold. Because, yeah, if y'all don't know, it's been so cold. People, you know, apartment complexes are telling people, let your water drip so the water doesn't freeze in the pipes and cause problems. Well, yeah, the other option would be to just cut the utilities so we wouldn't have to worry about that. But apparently that's a no-no. So, yeah, my counter to that is, well, I would shut off the utilities, but you won't let me do that. So I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be messing with the water or the power. So by that logic, that means that anything that happens with the pipes is on those guys, not me. But whatever. Hey, Redlock. Oh, yeah, you guys can shoot now. Go ahead. Start shooting. All right, they are moving their cavalry to counter mine, which is to be expected. Meanwhile, the fight continues over here. Hey, Red Mage. Yeah, we need to hurry this up because they're shooting us up, and we're well, it's the British infantry. The British infantry are always going to have the accuracy boost. They're always going to be more accurate than you, so we need to hurry this up. Doing good here. Hope you've been well. Oh, just a reminder for people who might be listening, lurking, and if you're watching on YouTube, come join us in the Twitch chat. I'd really appreciate it. Or just hang around on YouTube. You're watching on the VOD channel, which means all the VODs will go up there like a week after they've been streamed. But for those who don't know, this is the last stream before I move. I'm moving on Wednesday, so everything will be unplugged tomorrow. And then after that, like I said, on Wednesday, I'm moving, and hopefully everything will be hooked up by then again. So we'll be able to stream on Thursday, but who knows? You never know. And then Friday, well, I've got a surprise for Friday. I know I said it was going to be this big event, and it is going to be a big event. But I decided for Friday, rather than doing a bunch of stuff, just random stuff, I want to do a game that makes me happy. I want to play my favorite game of all time. And so Friday, we will be doing my favorite game of all time in one stream, and I've actually made a little trailer for it that I'm going to drop at the end of this stream. So if you're part of the Discord community, you'll get to see that trailer. I recommend that you join our Discord with !Discord, so you can get a link to the Discord community and you can join us. That's where we post when we're doing community night. It's also where a bunch of other stuff happens, and you can see when the streams are going on. It's also got other streamers in it who are self-promoting. So yeah, worth checking out. But I will be dropping the trailer, and yes, it is a trailer. Well, quote-unquote trailer. I just literally took the trailer from my favorite game and just slipped some text over it. But yeah, that's the deal there. So if you want to see it, make sure you're part of the Discord community. All right, now the Hussars are going to charge down and take out this artillery. This is what they're for. Hussars are light cab meant to take out artillery. Easy. Done. All right, they're done there. Seems like the enemy cab wants another scrap. Fine by me. Yeah, that one's running. See if we can't break these guys. And that's a nope. They're gone. They couldn't stop me. Let's just wait in case they come back. In the meantime, let's let the Hussars do their thing. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Actually, no. Change of plans. This one. Closer. All right, enemy cab's gone, so let's redirect.
A rock.
A rock. Get him, boys. Too little, too late. Yep, they're gone. Wait, what? What happened? The game... Wait, what? What happened? Did it just... Okay, I got an alert from Unity. I guess the game just crashed. That's new. I've never had that happen. Yeah, I think the game just crashed. Huh. Yep, master of command.exe is not responding. That's weird. I've never had this game crash on me. Huh. Well, I'm the Great Redlock. I will grant you 3 wishes. I don't need anything. I'm happy with everything I've got. That's so weird. I've never had this game crash. Let's see if we can get it going again. Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully it'll... we might have to fight part of the battle again, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Yeah, I have no idea what happened.
Oh, no.
I've never had this game crash on me. Then again, Unity is a... Yeah, Unity is a fickle thing. Okay, it looks like they were actually trying to run, so... No, we need to fight this. I need the experience. Okay, so let's swap tactics this time, huh? Because the cavalry won the cavalry engagement, but our infantry were struggling a bit. So why don't we try something a bit different? Oh, different map too, which that's fine. It happens. The maps are all random and procedurally generated. I wish I was over here, because then we could fight with the river. Oh, well. There's plenty of cover here to make use of. All right. So, same thing as last time. Our cavalry is going to be on the right, along with the Fusiliers, which is 2nd Brigade. And then our standard infantry are here. What I want to do is see if we can't kind of like just... we need to work together. That's how the French army works well, is by working together. Because we need to support each other. So, because pound for pound, their guys are better than ours. So we need to fight 2-to-1, 3-to-1 if we can help it. So, that being the case... All right, let's have 1st Brigade move up and take this position. Thank you for the care package. That is that's a posture check. Stretch is what I'm doing now. And a hydrate. Thank you very much, Wolfie. All right, we will take that position. Meanwhile, 2nd Brigade comes, secure this position. What I want to do is, if we can get the Fusiliers, or our Irish Fusiliers, in a good position. Because they're going to be Grenadiers at some point. And what I want to do with them is give them some melee experience. I mean, it's not like there's 2 types of experience in this game or anything, but I want to see how they do in melee combat. Because Grenadiers are shock troopers. So let's form 2nd Brigade over here on the right, basically. The Fusiliers can basically anchor the right flank. And then our cavalry sits over here. And their cannons are already shooting. Fair enough. Speed things up a bit. Oh, their cavalry's on the left. Okay, we need to do something about that. I thought they were going to come to the right, but no, they're swinging to the left. So we need to counter that. Yeah, let's counter that move. I should have been watching. Okay, yeah, we need to get over there and counter that move. Move, quick. What we're going to do is we're going to have this unit of Fusiliers basically blitz this unit of recruits. Ow. Ah, shooting boyo. Let's see you do it again. Who are we fighting? The British. I'm the French. As voted for by the chat the last time we did this. All right, fire. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Now get him. Yep, there's their cavalry over there. I see it. All right, got him. Those guys are breaking. Oh, and the cannons are shooting at us, which is not good. They can take a few cannonballs. Let's focus on this over here real quick. Yeah, let them run. Commit the provincial cavalry first. Now commit the hussars. There they go. They might break our provincial cav. Let's break off. Let the hussars handle it. Oh, nope. Are those guys coming back? Yes, they are. They're reforming. Okay, good for you. Oh, redcoat discipline. Let the Hussars have some fun real quick. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they messed me up. All right. Oh, yeah, those are British foot. Those are standard line infantry. They messed me up. Okay, got it. All right, here comes their cavalry again for another round. All right, boys, shoot. There we go. Wait. Get him. Wait for it. Now get him. My provincial cavalry versus yours. I win. How about that? Again. All right, wait. All right, boys, let them go. Yeah, they're shattered. Let them go. In the meantime, this unit of Fusiliers can go take the guns. Why can't the Brits and the French just get along? Good question. Not one I can answer, though. Blame history. Though in this case, the reason they don't get along during the 7 Years' War is because the British are support Frederick the Great and the Prussians. The French don't. You guys, you're bouncing a little early. Oh well. Get him, boys. Should have switched to canister shot. Oh well. Too little, too late. Get him, boys. I think one of those guys just blocked a cannonball with his face. Like, it literally looked like one of those cannonballs bounced off a dude. I hope I wasn't seeing things, because that was crazy. All right, you guys head to the back of the line for rest. You guys, just keep walking. Let's take this hill position and then shoot into these guys back. Can't forget the fact Brits controlled some... Yes, the British and the French have gone back and forth. Like, there was a time where the British royal family basically controlled French territory. That was during the time of the Angevin Empire. Like Eleanor of Aquitaine and all that stuff. Those British foot are going to be harder to break, because that's basically standard British line infantry. But we can do a little something about it. We basically got them surrounded at this point. Because, yeah, I'm basically folding the line up on them. Formation. All right, shoot. Yep, there they go. That volley killed like 100 dudes. Yeah, no, they're done. And now we swing the line a bit more. Now, yeah, at this point, that British foot unit is all that's left. And they should technically surrender, but British foot aren't exactly known for surrendering, so... I mean, yeah, no, cannonballs back then, like, that bouncing you see, yeah, no, that'll literally rip limbs off. Even on a third or fourth bounce, it could still break an arm or a leg. Fire. Ooh! Yeah, that hurt. Yeah, that definitely hurt. That shit hurted. All right, get him. Yeah, there they go. Getting charged by 3 units will do that to you. Yeah, they broke and ran. Yeah, okay, yes. The Patriot... Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Mel Gibson's The Patriot is a bad movie. It is very... It's woefully inaccurate about a lot of stuff. It's very bad. But showing how, like, what cannonballs could do to people, yeah, no, that's legit. All that's legitimate. It was devastating. All right. Replace our losses. Oh, we took a lot. And then we need to replace the ammunition. Oh, we're out? Oh, you got... How many? Oh, well, it's because we have such a big army. We constantly need replacements. Yeah, makes sense. And we just used all the money we made from that fight to replace our men, to get more men. Good grief. All right, are you guys selling anything good? Muskets, rifles, anything? No, not really. All right, well, let's see if we can't find another place, another settlement maybe. All right, let's see. Well, this is the town. They don't really have a lot of stuff to offer. Buy some haversacks. Yeah, I mainly want those. Yeah, I think we're good here. Let's buy some more food. And buy some more replacements. And let's keep moving. A treasury escort. Shake them down aggressively and move on. No, just seize what we can. Nice. Baggage train doctrine. Ammo consumption in battle is minus 35%. Which means we lose less ammo, which is awesome. I wonder. Fontainebleau is a big city. I wonder if they have if they're selling grenades, because we want those. Let's see, do you have? No, they won't be in here. They be in? No, hold on. Where would they sell them? Oh, right, the powder house. Yes, you do have grenades. I'll take those. We want them because the grenades can be equipped to units, not only to be used in battle, but the other thing about it is that it allows you to, it allows sieges to be way easier. All right, keep moving. Need to find some more encampments. I'm hoping we can find some on the way over here. Well, there's one. And there's another one. Okay, well, let's keep going this way then. Hey, Sturkio. All right. Grab this convoy. Seize their weapons, seize the ordnance. Take the ordnance. Take the gun. Okay, basic cannon. Better than nothing. And you got... Ooh. Can you guys level up now? Yes. The French gendarmerie. I do not know what that means. But they're fast. Yeah, French gendarmerie. They're fast, like stupid fast, actually. This is great for light cavalry. Awesome. What was your chance to survive as a unregular footman at that time in the game? So a non-regular footman. So basically an officer. Well, depends on where you're from. If you are a British officer, well, that depends. If you or someone in your family bought your position, well, you're probably not going to die, mainly because they don't want you to die. More than likely, since you bought your position, which, yes, I know that sounds crazy to y'all, but yeah, they did do that by then. They just bought their positions. Basically, back then, with that being the case, if you were an officer, you'd be fine. But you were also expected to lead your men in most cases. So, there's that. And if you were a Prussian officer, to play on the phrase gendarme or man-at-arms. Okay, got it. Thanks, Sturkio. But to answer your question, Dave, if you were a Prussian officer, well, then you would definitely be at the front. So chances of dying are very high because you were expected to lead your men, like from the front with them, stand shoulder to shoulder and fight alongside them. Which, to us, that doesn't sound so crazy. Back then, well, you know, people didn't want to die. So, I'm just going over all this stuff right now. We've got a cannon now, which is great. So if we get any guys for artillery, yeah. Anyway, let's check this little town out. Bonsoir. Let's see. Cartridge boxes. I haven't really had to worry about ammunition, so you can have that. Don't really need that or that. What we need are guns. Our line infantry need guns. Hell, a lot of our guys need guns. Time to test our guns. Fucking ball rounds, really good for accuracy. If you're using the British or using any sniper or like riflemen or marksmen, you want to give them buck and ball rounds. Way better accuracy. The range does drop, but you can counter that with like with a good musket or a good rifle, and then just give them some cartridge bags so they don't burn through their ammo as quickly. But yeah, buck and ball rounds. Woo! 20% accuracy boost. I like that I can ask history questions here. It's interesting. I mean, I'm a historian. History is my favorite subject. I literally got interested in history thanks to the American Civil War. And after that, it was just off to the races. I learned everything. I've learned as much as I could. I just love history because it literally, every big event in the world can be tied back to some point in history. Since we're French, do we have an officer named Jean-Luc? No, but there was a dude earlier who had like who had 5 names in his name. I wish I'd taken a picture of him. He was actually really funny. It's like Marie. It was like something like Julien, like Francois, Jacques, and like it had a bunch of names just slapped together. I even made a joke. I'm like, if you're trying to win a competition, sir, you're probably in the top running right now. All right, I need guns. Jonkopong muskets. That's Swedish muskets. No. Sul muskets. Good accurate. German, not too bad. Let's see. Do we have Sul? It's better. I'd rather have these, honestly. Have some good accurate weapons. So yeah, I'll take them. Good accurate muskets. There we go. We can give that to our normal guys over here. They still need bayonets, but I'm not really worried about that. We do need to get more money and field another brigade because, like I said, the French win their fights through numbers. And that does mean, yes, I am Delta Zero. And what I was saying was that does mean that if we wanted to, this is not a good idea, but we might be able to pull it off with the French. We could just field 4 or 5 brigades and literally fill most of them with just raw recruits. Just conscripts, because that's literally what the French would do. We could do that if we wanted to. See, can we breach? Unlikely chance of breaching the walls. Oh, we got in. Nice. Okay, into the breach. Yeah, into the breach. Yep, got it. We've done it. Now, in this game, when you take a fort, not only do you get weapons, but you also get a doctrine, which are like your little perks up here. So, light infantry, let's see, light infantry tactics, cavalry focus, light infantry combat effectiveness. I mean, I'm not using a lot of light infantry right now, and campaign visibility, that's nice and all, but I don't really need it. And the problem with cavalry focus is that, yes, the French have the best heavy cavalry in the game, but that, yeah, no, not that. That hurts. Like, non-cavalry veterancy, nah. What else you got for me? Flying batteries, artillery moves to be realistic. That would be useful, but I don't have any cannons. Audra Profond, infantry move speed. That, yes, that works. So everything's 20% faster. Dang, all right, I'll take it. All right, let's see. I need to fight a battle real quick. Come here, you! Where you going? Come here. Correct, Dino King. That is correct. The French, so allow me to explain how the French worked. The French had a lot of land and could call up their soldiers for service as conscripts. This usually meant, like, you know, that they could have these vast numbers of troops, but they never had the logistics for it. And that's shown in-game by it being cheaper. It's way easier to get another brigade, but it costs more to buy supplies because French logistics was bad. It would not be until Napoleon came along that things would be better for the French military. So we're about to have another ad in about 30 seconds. So once we get close to that point, I'll switch over to a BRB screen. But for now, let's get set up. Did they bring any cavalry with them? They did. They brought 2 units of provincial cavalry, so we have to be able to move to counter that. Yeah, we'll move to counter that. For now, though, my Fusiliers, which are basically grenadiers up and coming, are going to take the right, because that's where that's the position of honor. And then our line infantry will take the center and the left. And we'll just march forward and see where it goes. All right. Ad's about to start. I'm going to pause here, and I will pick us back up in a moment. For now, enjoy. I'll be right back. Enjoy yourselves. Get some water. Take a break, and I'll be back in a second. Bye-bye. And we're back. Let's get right back to it, shall we? Okay, we're all set up. Let's march. So we'll have our Fusiliers take this position here. Let's see if we can get in the woods first. If we can get in the woods, that'll give us a bit of an advantage because we'll have more cover. And our Irish soldiers can come over here on the right. And then our Cav, well, that all depends. I want to watch what theirs does. We want to keep a close eye on them because we don't know what they're going to do. Now, they do have a British foot unit, which is a proper British infantry unit, rather unlike these recruits. But oh, cavalry's going to the left. All right, so let's move to the left. Also, I need to buy some more recruits, some royal recruits, because if we're going to field another brigade, we need more men. Now these gendarmes, like these, basically the ultimate light cav, you can see how fast they are. They're already over here. No. You guys don't shoot yet. I don't know where their cavalry's going, but I think they're trying to swing wide. Yep, they are. Alright, now we need to stop them before they try to hit our men. There we go. Get him. Bye-bye. All right, well, we just cut their cavalry down. Let's stay on them, though, because they will try to come back. This is my favorite thing to do with shock troopers. Let them reload. Wait, and then charge. Because what'll happen is if these guys break, then we can reform and fire a volley. Nope, bye-bye. That didn't last long. But granted, that provincial cavalry is probably going to come back. Alright, yeah, those guys are gone. So we're going to reform. Oh yeah, they're shattered. We don't even have to do anything. Oh, nope. Is that officer just going to run for the hills? Yes, he is. Okay, I thought they'd come back, but I guess not. Coward! Fire. Yep, that unit is shattered. All right, now we swing in on the British foot over here. That's basically becoming our thing, is that the French infantry hold long enough for my grenadiers and my cavalry to do the job, which is what they should be doing, honestly. they're not going to win the battle. These Irish Grenadiers to be and the heavy cav are going to win the fight. And these British foot are tired and are getting shot up. They haven't taken a lot of losses, but I mean, you're getting shot at from 2 different units, so. Alright, we're just gonna let the Fusiliers reload their weapons. And then once they take their shots, I'll have the provincial cavalry get the kill because I need to upgrade. I need to level those guys up. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I was a redcoat and I saw 2 units on my flank and cavalry behind me, yeah, I'd probably be thinking, you know what, I think I want to give up now. And wait. Okay, fire. Yeah, I figured that would do it. Here comes the cav. Too little, too late. Yeah, they tried to reform. Too late. Done and done. Ah, they had nothing on them. Oh well. What happened to all of my reserve? Oh, yeah, we took attrition taking the fort, didn't we? Let's see. Let's go with... We need the money. Yeah, we took major attrition taking that fort. And of course, we don't have the numbers to replace everyone. Oh, well. It's to be expected. A night raid. Got it. Got some men, took some weapons. Nice. Worth it. Oh, and there's a town over here. Nice. Let's swing by. Got any royal... You do. I'll take them. Oh, don't have enough. Hang on. Cover bonus method. Another Sewell musket. Oh, we don't have enough for those guys. I mainly want to get the recruits so we can field another brigade. See, the trick with the French I'm figuring out is that because everything's more expensive, you basically need to buy up more and more conscripts and then just use them to turn into, like, to level them up into the soldiers you want rather than getting new soldiers. Yeah, I don't want Tulama. No, no. The Dutch and the Russian weapons are... They're good for what they are, but not for this army. They're good. Russian and Dutch weapons. So Dutch weapons have good range. Charlevilles are better. And then the Tula muskets are good in melee, but they have piss poor accuracy. So no thanks. There we go. So that will give us... That gives us 2 units of recruits, and we already have some officers. So... Also, you're fired. Sorry. But yeah, we just need to get some money to get a new brigade, and we'll be ready. Alright, and if you guys are going to become cavalry, become dragoons... you need to become, or I want them to become gentleman cavalry, but we need them to be dragoons first. You guys are, well, you need better bayonets, but you're not really in melee, so it doesn't really matter. You need a better weapon. Hang on. There, take that. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Use this, it's better. Right, so, again, I don't really care about these guys, you know, about their bayonets, because I don't really plan on them getting involved in melee. Yeah, it's the Fusiliers who are going to be getting involved in melee. I need these guys to move faster, like, because they're kind of slow. Hey, hang on. Okay, yeah. So the gendarmerie, they're a heavy cav. They're just fast. So like they've got the speed of light cav and the hit and the hard hit and the hard hitting, not hardest hitting, but hard hitting of heavy cav. If we want shock cav, we need the Royal Cavalry. All right, but I need money to get a new brigade, so it's a shame this is French territory. Otherwise, I'd be burning and looting everywhere. Retired veteran. Ooh, got him. Gentleman cav. Ooh, I got one. Nice. We want that. Big time. So we got some gentleman cav, which I believe is the next, yeah, it's the next step up. So we definitely need to get that new brigade set up. Because then we can put the cav over here, and we can transfer these guys over to another brigade. Regiment Staff Commissar. Yeah. Veterancy gain and ammo consumption. That's nice. We'll hold on to him. All right. Our target's over there. Hang on, pause. Okay, we're almost equal to them in number, but that is a British HQ detachment, which means they're gonna be looking to brawl. All right. 3 units of infantry, 2 units of cavalry. Yeah, we got them beat. Let's go. We got them beat. Hang on a sec. Okay. So. Same thing as before. It's just this is a patrol, so it's not that big a deal. Those British foot are going to be a tough nut to crack, though. British. Why are they using Charleville? Whatever. Well, they're going to use the really piss poor. You know, if they're going to use the piss poor melee musket, then allow me to come over there and instruct you in the error of your ways. Yeah, and then our cav, again, like, oh, crap, there's a river here. Okay, hang on. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be separate. If our units are separated by the river, it's harder for us to, you know, link together. So we'll put the cavalry on this side to move up there. And even if their cavalry doesn't come to fight us, okay, that's on them, because otherwise I'm just going to loop around and run right over them. So, Nothing like popping my sternum from a sneeze. Ow. That sound like ow. Hey Jojo, how you doing? Alright, let's ride. Why are you moving? Okay. Alright, alright. There we go. Bald. There you go. I'm bald. I'm here for the hat. Well, it's yours now for about 10 minutes or so. Okay, good. They are moving their cavalry to meet ours. Probably because I'm moving up this side. They were probably like, oh no, we need to stop that. Oop, hang on. Oh yeah, they're taking their sweet time though. So let's move up a bit. Hey, can you guys, like, pick up the pace? Thank you. Wait. Lucario has the hat now. And there goes their provincial cav. Bye-bye. All right, get the infantry. Yep, there they go. That was easy. Oh, you guys can shoot now. Actually, you know what? No, get a little closer. Yeah, get nice and close so you're really accurate. And to quote a very old meme, and boom goes the dynamite. Ooh, that hurt. Get him, boys. You too. No time to get off another volley. There they go. Now they come back, we'll shoot them again, but I don't think they're coming back. Those guys are, though. That good old-fashioned British discipline. Deal with it. Go deal with them. Close the distance. Now, normally you don't want to charge your cav directly into a front-facing enemy, but these are recruits. They have no morale to begin with, so fine. Wait. 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 See how you like it when 3 regiments decide to just light you up. Ouch. But that was your last shot. You're not going to get another one. Fuh! Nope. Oh, look, they're coming back. Had a feeling they would. Quick. Quick, reform. Yeah, it's probably because they got an officer, in, like one of their generals in there. Oh, all right, they got Charlevilles. All right, march. March up. They've got the good range muskets, so we're going to close the distance and then light them up. So for those who don't understand why guys would line up like this and get really close to each other to shoot, back then, mathematically speaking, if you were using a musket, if your target was 100 meters away, you had about a 1 in 30 chance of hitting somebody. If your target was 50 meters away, your chance became 1 in 3. So I think you could see the connection here. Fire. Throw a grenade. Grenades. Yeet. Ah, it didn't do as much as I thought. Oh well. Get him. We want full volleys into this unit. What the? Where's that British discipline? That was a rogue shot. You could get flogged for that. At least I think. Like, a rogue shot like that would probably get you in trouble. Fire. Yep. That'll do it. That'll definitely do it. I'm doing okay. It's warm in here. I've taken care of a lot of stuff. I spent today basically I dropped off some old some old pillows and furniture I don't need at the Goodwill. And then after stream today, I'm gonna box up my computer and everything. I'll still have internet at least till tomorrow. I'm taking the internet stuff back tomorrow. So, and then Wednesday I'm moving. So hopefully I'll be reunited with all of y'all by Wednesday, but you never know. All right, so I want the money. Nice. Promotions for everyone. Yes, I'm moving for my new job. Job starts next week, actually, on the 9th. Let's see, you're a cavalry commander, so that'll work. There we go. All right, and I believe these guys... Yep. Wow, that was fast. Okay, so you guys are going to be... We're going to make you dragoons. Yeah, we're going to make you dragoons. And then you're going to work your way to French Gentleman Cav and then French Royal Cav. You guys are ready to become Irish Grenadiers. Oh, well, you're not. But the other guys are. So we'll wait. Got some proper weapons in that. And now, 3rd Brigade. So 3rd Brigade has now been formed. I'm moving the Fusiliers over here. Along with these 2 recruits. And then you guys are going to come over here. Looking good. Granted, this means that we're going to have to find a lot more food. Because, well, now we've got more mouths to feed. Let's see. I think that'll work for now. I want to keep that Sewell musket. Just good all-around gun. Anything nice in here? Not really. Some land pattern muskets, which are always good. Actually, that would be... Well, hang on. Yeah, no, getting that... Yes, we want that. A land pattern musket, and we need to get a... Yeah, we want to give that to our Fusiliers, who are going to become Grenadiers. Because the trade-off to Grenadiers is always that they're better at melee than they are at shooting. Okay, that's fine. But before they get there, it sure would be nice if they get some accurate shooting, you know? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then these are the new guys. So here, you guys can have these guns. They're good starting guns, I guess. I mean, these guys are... I hope to turn these guys into Grenadiers too, so might as well get some experience in them. All right. Get my hat back. All right. So let's see. There's an encampment over here. Ooh, a herd of deer, too. Oh, there's 2 encampments. That's good. Nah, I can't do anything here because I can't track them. Oh, well. Here's what we're going to do. We're almost at a point where the enemy HQ is going to come attack us. So what I'm going to do is we're going to search these encampments, go back. Let's see. Gronzers. An Austrian Gronzer unit. Sure. Gronzers. So the Gronzers are basically, you can get Gronzer sharpshooters who are the most accurate dudes in the game. You get these guys leveled up to sharpshooter and then give them rifles, they will never miss their target. Ever. But you got to get them there first. Nah. Ooh, good fight. Come here. Come here, I just want to talk. Come here. Yes, yes, it is true. The French unit says I may live to regret this. Yeah, even a French officer's like, I don't want more Frenchman. I mean, to be fair, if you could have elite units from other nations, you'd probably want them more than your own dudes, probably. So why not, you know? Why not? Have a multinational army. Just hope you have some, I just hope you got some officers who can speak different languages. Because if you don't have that, well, things are probably going to be a bit more complicated. Yeah, just hopefully everyone can speak the language. Let's see. All right, let me take a look at their arm. They did have cannons, or at least one cannon. Yeah, they do. Battalion level artillery. And, oh, that's a howitzer. Okay. We need to stay out of range of that. All right, they have light dragoons. Not bad. And I think that's the best they've got. They do have a British foot unit in the position of honor, which we're going to match with our own. So, back in the old days, the position of honor was always going to be on the far right of your line. It's where your most veteran men would go. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're actually going to match that. Normally, I would put my elite unit on the right, but this time, no. We're actually going to flip things around a bit. What we're going to do is, hold on, let me grab everything. Whoops, wrong button. Ooh, camera. All right, hang on. Oop, hang on, let me... What did I... Huh. Okay, I don't even know what I pressed that made the camera go wonky like that. I'd like to fix it, though. I genuinely don't know what button that was. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oop. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, yeah. We're going to put our Fusiliers in the middle. Hold on. Let me... So, 2nd Brigade's over... no, 2nd Brigade's on the right. 3rd Brigade's on the left. Give me my hat back. Now, this does mean we're basically putting Royal recruits up against a British infantry unit, which is usually a, is usually a recipe for disaster. But, well, they'll be fine. Consider it a trial by fire. If they die, they die. Otherwise, they'll be useful. And besides, we can replace them. It's the French army. We can replace them. Now, we do have a massive cavalry advantage, which means that we have the opportunity to basically force their hand on things, which is what I'm going to do. So the cavalry is actually going to go swing wide right. And yeah, we're basically going to be able to, I'm hoping, blitz their entire line because we've got them outnumbered in cavalry 3-1. So basically, we have control of the battlefield and movement. All right, so 1st Brigade. Let's advance to this point. Got these Gronzer recruits up behind cover. I don't want to lose them. And then start moving the cavalry. Oh yeah, and 3rd Brigade. 3rd Brigade will move to the left. By the left. March! Alright, so. Oop, hold on. And the general. Let's keep him over here out of sight of the cannons. So the cavalry. So we have the dragoons wearing their blue, and then the gentlemanly cavalry. The gentleman cavalry in their white. But it's the gendarmes who are going to be probably doing most of the work. Because they are fast. Like, look at that. Even marching normally, they are faster than these two units. If I put them to full speed, like... Oh, yeah, they double their speed. Yeah, no. No. Just... These guys have to sprint to keep up. But that's okay. Light cav, it's supposed to be fast. Alright. So it looks like we're mostly in position, so we just want to wait for them to come to us. I see recruits, redcoat recruits, subsidy recruits. Yeah, not much really to work with. Now we are going to close the distance again because we need to be close for our weapons to be active. Well, I mean, so do they, but Alright, so now I want 1st Brigade to match that movement. And 2nd Brigade's cavalry can keep moving. Those Gronzer recruits are fast. Because these guys are basically going to become light infantry. And the reason I'm marching closer is because we don't have cannons, which means we can't do damage as they approach. Better to move now. Speaking of. Yes, this is not a good idea normally, but we're in the trees, so it'll be harder for them to hit us, and this is 2 heavy cavalry units, so... And these guys are recruits. Yeah, they didn't stand a chance. Oh, and here comes their cavalry. Perfect. And there goes their cavalry. Now, yeah, the cavalry's exhausted, as you can imagine. But once we get close, we'll wipe out... Yeah, they're done. Bye-bye. Should have used canister. Dead. You are dead. Not big surprise. Hey, Thomas, it's cool. Hold. Time for a little bit of British-Irish hatred to be dispensed. Irish Fusiliers, prepare to fire. May fire when ready. Commence firing. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Wait. Yeah, they can give as much as they get. Move these bronzer recruits to get some more experience. Okay, wait. Get even closer. Can you imagine how terrifying it would be? You fire a volley, and then your enemy just gets even closer. Like this. They don't wait. They don't charge. They're just like, hold on, let us reload and get even closer to you. Fire. Ooh, yeah. They're down to 50% morale. Now, charge. Bye-bye. And now the Grenadiers to be basically wrap up the line. Well, almost. Let the cavalry clean up some of the mess. Yeah, no, they're basically surrounded on all sides, so the line breaks. Unless you're the British foot, apparently. Yep, they're reforming. Good on them. Won't help them, though. Wait. Yeah, we're just gonna give him another volley. After these guys can reload. May advance, gentlemen. Fire. Fire. Charge. There they go. Yep, easy as that. Again, when you've got cavalry, yeah, Easy. And we're going to take the money because I need it. Actually, no. We actually need reservists now. Hang on. Because conscripting your enemies means that you lose less guys. So we get reservists, sure, but we also we subtract 10% of our losses so we can make up the difference. All right, you guys didn't become grenadiers yet. It's okay. All right, we've got some stuff to sell, so let's go back into town quickly. Yeah, I said quickly. Sell that, sell this, sell that, and that. We don't have any cannons right now. But it's okay. I mainly just wanted to sell this stuff so we had some money. Buy some ammunition. Buy some men. And y'all might be thinking, well, Zaruk, why'd you waste all the money? Didn't waste it. We're about to fight the headquarters unit, so I'm going to find a good place to set up, and we're going to drill. Yeah, winter is coming, I know. And the reason we're drilling is it means our guys level up. Nice. So now, we now have Irish Grenadiers. 2 units of them, actually. And then these recruits. Nah, we'll make you Irish Fuse. Well, you're not ready for that yet. But you can become artillery later. Yeah, you can be Irish Fusiliers. Yeah, this is mainly the whole point. We want to train these guys up. Okay, good. You guys can become an artillery unit. Nice. All right, so we have an artillery unit now. And this is why I wanted to grab this cannon. So now we've got a cannon for them, and we're going to give them this regimental staff officer. Let's see, give you guys this. Give you guys a better musket. Yeah, we want these guys to be Granzer Fusiliers, and we can then make into sharpshooters. Yeah, from now on, though, most of our stuff's probably going to be cavalry focused, because that's where our advantage is in heavy cav. I think we're good for now. Yep, here they come. Enemy headquarters in pursuit. Yeah, they're right there. What's the French artillery unit's favorite musician? Tchaikovsky. Oh, Tchaikovsky's yeah, Tchaikovsky's Russian, but I get what you mean. Tchaikovsky, cannons are not instruments. Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes. Tchaikovsky, always yes. God, they're fast. Some good horses. Let's see. Melee damage and movement speed. Ooh. That'll be perfect for the gentleman cav. And then we've got Holsteiner horses. Morale and movement speed. Can we make can we make these guys even faster? Yes, we can. Okay, sure. Why not? Fast. All right, this is actually a lot closer than I thought. All right, so they've got 4 brigades to our 3, but it looks like it's a bit more spread out. So we've got, let's see, the Von Ruth Hussars, which are a special unit. They're fast, faster than my guys, actually. The Brunswicker Musketeers, 2 units of them. Line infantry, a subsidy unit of artillery, British Foot, Land Mills, Redcoat recruits, Hanoverian Cavalry, subsidy provincial cavalry. That's a lot of artillery, though. That is a lot of artillery. Okay. That's a ton of artillery. Give me a second. Okay. So I just had to check something. All right. This is going to be tough, as all the chapter end fights are. God, that's a lot of artillery. Okay. The good news, though, well, kind of good news. They got us outnumbered in Cav by 4-3. They've got 4, I have 3, and it looks like their officers are in 2 units of them. However, if we win the cavalry engagement, that basically gives us free reign to smash up their artillery. It's just on our infantry to hold the line until we're done. But there is a weakness in their lines. Problem is, for one, a lot of their guys are, like, a good number of them, actually, are subsidy troops or recruits. I think half of the line is recruits or subsidy troops. Now, granted, anchoring the line are 2 British foot units, which is, well, a problem. But, again, for the French, their infantry aren't going to win the battle. For the French, it's going to be the cavalry that wins. So, I'm going to send 2nd Brigade to the right. Actually, no, to the left. Because, hang on. Well, that's the thing, actually, isn't it? Because I don't know where their cavalry's going. So if I don't know where their cav's going, I don't want to move mine anywhere yet. However, I am going to have the Irish, like, our shock trooper unit on the right. Because that is the position of honor. We do want them there. Along with these Gronzer recruits who are basically going to get a trial by fire. Another one, actually. Now, the balance of power basically said that we have an advantage in, like, 1,000. And I think that's because our troops are more veteran than theirs, probably. Which is great. It's good to have veteran troops. We're just going to have to be very, very careful. All right. Yeah, I want my cavalry basically watching the line. And honestly, this is not a bad position where we're starting. If I keep the cannons here, that would be great. So that's probably what we're going to do. Keep our artillery here and basically... How you use artillery in this game is that if you have whatever unit you have, your artillery, you should have multiple units of it. And if you do, the job of your artillery is to basically blast apart, like pick a unit in particular and say, I want that gone. That's literally the job of artillery, is to basically say, I want that gone. So, in this case, well, we'll see how it goes. So, 1st Brigade... March. Not too far out. Actually, wait. If we move quick enough, could we take the hill if we move fast enough? We could. Okay, then. Double time it. Let's try to take that hill. Might have to fight for it, but hopefully we can grab it. Meanwhile, you guys over here. I want the cannons basically to roll up right there, and we'll set up the artillery, and the cavalry just stays in the back, ready to counter wherever the enemy goes. All right, that's enough. You can walk now. I don't want him to hoof it all the way there and be tired. All right, unlimber the artillery. Now the thing is, we can do a ton of damage to their lines if we can get, or their power, as long as we can get rid of that artillery. But we got to get rid of their cavalry first. And I kind of want them to make the first move, but I don't know what they're going to do, so... Yep, the cannons are already shooting. God, there's so many cannons. All right, time to press. Looks like, why are they shifting this way? Weird, but okay. It's probably because this group got here first, so they're shifting their line to counter that move. We need to readjust then. And it looks like they are moving their cavalry to counter ours. Good. Let them. Yeah, now if we can get our cavalry back there to knock out those cannons, this is a wrap. But we got to get past their cavalry first, and our infantry has to hold. Because they are currently getting swamped. The hell are you guys doing? Oh, that. Okay, well, if you want to be stupid, shoot them. That's what I thought, idiots. Alright, one of their units just broke. Alright, boys, let's drive them away. This is a lot of British cav. That's one unit broken. Get the gendarmes out of there. All right, they're gone. That's their two of their... wait, that's only two. Where are the others? Oh, they're back there guarding the... Of course, they're back there guarding the cannons. Of course they are. It can never be easy, can it? Well, it doesn't matter. They just lost a huge chunk of their army. And they're not coming back, so... Wrap this up. All right, that unit is shattered. Good job, boys. So yeah, that's basically one whole flank of their army just shattered, which is good for us. I'm honestly kind of surprised. French infantry are not usually supposed to be able to square up with British troops. But okay, sure, why not? Swing the line. Let's start pressing. Alright, they're leaving. Give them something else to shoot at. Oh, sorry, we have an ad. I apologize. I didn't catch it. Alright, hang on. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Stretching. Sorry about that, but we're back now. All right, let's go. All right, we're pressing the line. Let's keep the cavalry moving. We need to save these grenadiers from getting annihilated. All right, let's see them counter. They're going to counter us with their own artillery, I hope. Or their own cavalry. We'll have to be ready to meet that. Yep, there it is. Go. And you're done. Yeah, you're done now. Get him. Shattered. Retreating. Shattered. Go, go, go. Just keep running them down. That's what cavalry does. Run them down. Perfect. And that's that. Their army's basically in shambles at this point. The entire line is broken. Pick off whatever's left. Yep. Wait. How are you still alive? Okay, whatever. Alright, clean up the mess. Yep, retreating. Yeah, easy. That was actually a lot easier than it probably should have been, but that's what happens when your entire flank caves in, which is exactly what happened. Yep, shattered. They're done. All right, pull the cavalry back. They've earned their rest. As soon as we smashed the left part of the line, that was basically it. As soon as we got in the back line back here and started destroying the cannons and everything, it was game over. Because the infantry up here couldn't hold us and then fight off the cavalry. So all they got left is that dude up there, who I'm honestly surprised was able to muster his courage to actually come down here for another fight. Oh well. Where's he going? He might be going for another shot at the cavalry. If he is, that's stupid. You should be running. The battle is over, sir. Yeah, this fight's over. What are you doing? This fight is over. I genuinely don't know where they're going. Quick, reform. Yeah, where are they going? Oh, they want a piece of the cavalry. Of course they do. Of course they do. No? Stop them. Yeah, no. Idiot was getting shot at and was like, I'm just going to go around you. No, you won't. Moron. To quote, let me pull that thing up. Let me pull up his thing here. To quote Martin Cito Pants. Where's his thing I have? Yeah, you fool, you idiot, you moron. Yeah, you fool, you idiot, you moron. All right. You fool, you idiot, you moron. All right. Yeah, the only people who took a lot of losses were the Grenadiers who got mauled, but other than that, we beat the brakes off these guys. So I'm cool with that. Got plenty of reservists. Let's go with we captured a ton of guys. Let's see. Fantasy provisions. No, let's take the money. Nice. Well done. Extra rations for everyone. If I could do that, I would, but I can't. And now we got veteran line infantry. Awesome. Morale damage, range, yeah, let's go with that one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That went really well. Oh, you guys can become Fusiliers now. Nice. And the Dragoons can become Gentleman Cav. Very nice. We will need to get more horses, of course, but this is really good. This is a very elite French army. Of course, that's also the problem. We should be fielding numbers, not elite troops, so we're gonna have to fix that. Oh well. Well done. Simple comme bonjour. Conquer the first region as France. Let's see, Eyes of the Army. Let's see, enlist 75 reservists daily, but morale -5. Morale plus 1% per regiment in your army, movement speed -10. Does that is that on the campaign map, or is that just on the battlefield? I mean, these aren't very good. Shuffle. Ooh, yes, preserved rations. Yes. Okay, now, the Light Corps unlocked. Nice. All right, so the next chapter, where we are fighting the British. Everywhere we're fighting the British. We can go to Flanders, Normandy, or Picardy. Okay, so if we go to Flanders, in Flanders Fields, we go to Flanders, we can get the 5th Royal Artillery, and also local guides, which reveals all the settlements in a region. If we go to Normandy, we can get the Swiss Grenadiers, get some Swiss Grenadiers, and the Officer Corps Training Doctrine, which means officers at a settlement get a promotion when they're hired. And if we go to Picardy, we can get some French Grenadiers and also Elan, which gives us 15% charge bonus. Honestly, I'd rather have the artillery unit, if I'm being honest with y'all, because Elan is great, but we already have a good charge unit. Charging is great, but we don't all do it. So I'd rather have this one. Go to Flanders and get the 5th Royal Artillery, which is a elite unit. So we'll go to so these are the 3 areas. So let's go to Flanders. I'm cool with that. However, it is Act 2 where things get cold. Okay, hang on. Hold on one sec. Hold on. Okay, so it's winter time, which means everything sucks. I mean, it's not as bad as it could be, but it still sucks. Temperatures plummet. General, your army stands upon a new frontier. The enemy has used the lull to prepare. Patrols flood the roads, and field armies will begin hunting us once we've made our presence known. The year has turned cold early. Within weeks, snow will be regular and marches will be slow. Lay in provisions and firewood, and expect to fight in winter throughout this country. Secure your supply depot, but do not linger. Press the advance before your supplies diminish. Yoink. Yoink. All right. So we are restocking, of course. Our men are replenishing. We need provisions and ammo. We've got plenty of dudes. We need provisions and ammo. Bonjour. All right. The hell are you? French Royou Grenadier? What? Oh, got him. Those guys. Okay, so tier 2 infantry. Chasseurs, French field artillery. I'd rather have recruits so we could get some cavalry, but not really in the mood to hire new guys anyway. Let's see. Sell that, sell that. Sell that, sell that. Okay. There's some money. Now, let's take a look at everything. So our Fusiliers have good guns. I'm not worried about their bayonets. They have good guns. The Grenadiers need good bayonets and good muskets, which some of them have, not all of them. And then the Grands or Fusiliers are going to need some good weapons as well. The cavalry also needs better swords and horses if we can get them. Let's see, where's that? Yeah, these guys. Hang on. How's that even in there? Oh, that's for infantry. Okay, there you go. Give this guy to you then. And here, you can have this bayonet. Well, because you're going to need it anyway. There's our cannon, which we need to get a bigger cannon. So, let's see. There we go. So, here's how the cannons work in this game. I actually found this out recently, and now I can explain it to all of y'all. There are 3 types of cannons in this game. There are howitzers, licorns, and guns. Guns are... Okay, so guns and howitzers are the extremes, with licorns being in the middle. So, here's how they work. A gun basically is... a gun needs a straight shot. It does not need... it usually doesn't need line of sight. It can just fire. Now, it burns through a lot less ammunition, usually. But it usually has a lot of range to it. That's the main thing, is range. And usually a lot of accuracy. The guns have accuracy. So, guns have accuracy and range, but they don't do a lot of damage compared to the other ones. Licorns are right in the middle, and then howitzers have very short range, and they chew through ammunition, but they hit like a sledgehammer, especially if you've got a lot of them. So that's kind of the trick, is you got to find out where do you want to, where's the line, basically. Now, that said, there's another issue. As cannons get bigger, their accuracy sometimes drops off. So you have to look at basically have to look at the stats and find out what you want. Also, as you can imagine, if it's bronze, then it's probably going to be a little bit lighter to haul around than iron is. Let's see. So I think, because we're going to be getting the Royal Artillery, I don't know if they're going to be bringing a gun with them. So I want to go ahead and get one of these 6-pounders. Let's see. I thought I saw. Yes, it's a bronze one. That's fine. A bronze 6-pounder's good. I'll take it. Okay. And we'll give it to you guys because you're already here. All right, next. Oh, wrong place. Powder house. Okay. Ooh, they're selling defenses, wooden stakes, which is nice. Buck and ball rounds, which is really good accuracy, which would be it does drop your range though, but I'm gonna be giving it to grenadiers. Buck and ball round is really handy. But again, we can always get more of this. For now, we need to focus on like spreading our army out. But yeah, if you have grenadiers, you definitely want to get buck and ball rounds for them, if you can afford it. Take that cartridge box too. All right, next, kind of guns. Tula muskets, so good for melee, meh. Socket bayonets. Land pattern muskets. Soul muskets. Yeah, we'll take this good pattern one, and then we'll take this good socket bayonet. The main reason I'm doing that is because we want to make sure our grenadiers have good weapons. Plus, anything that they don't use, we can give to the new guys. So they can actually, you know, have good guns. Okay. Buck and ball. Okay, buck and ball, I'll show you. Buck and ball rounds, it's basically it's a shotgun round. Kind of. Let me show you. Let's go over here and I'll show you. Where is it? Whoop. No, it's over here. Okay. Buck and ball. Basically, it's a musket ball and then smaller buckshot rounds that you would fire out of a shotgun. So the whole thing is that you have way less range. Like, it drops your range by 15%, and naturally, because you're loading more lead into these cartridges, you're burning through your ammo faster. But because you have to get so close, and you're basically firing, well, you know, yeah, a solid round and some, a solid round and some buckshot. Yeah, no, that's gonna hurt. Now, granted, there is just standard buckshot, but that's way less range. Basically, buck and ball is a nice middle ground between, you know, shotgun and musket, but it burns through a lot more ammo. So, but again, if your guys are gonna get stupid close anyway, why not? You know. Let's see. Let's grab. That's riding boots. Let's grab some of these boots. Grab these boots and these gaiters for walking. Makes guys move faster. All right, let's see. Basically, we want to find our slowest dudes. That be you guys. Why are you so slow? Well, I can't give it to them now. We need more money. But yeah, we basically want to find who our slowest units are and give them. Actually, you guys could use something. Good grief! Why are you? Damn, you're slow. There, that'll help. And we can give the really good pair to these guys in a minute. So, that's the plan there. Oh, hang on. What the fuck? Okay, weird. Just got an email from the apartment complex I'm moving to in a few days saying, hey, you're all moved in. Yeah, I moved in a bunch of stuff a few days ago. took you this long to send the email? Whatever. Anyway, there's not much we can do now because we need money. So let's continue on with our Uh-oh. That's a... Wow, that was a fast-moving patrol army. They're already here. Okay, All right. Well, we need to fight it out. I'm not exactly ready for another fight right now. But we need to... but we might as well. Or... No, leave this... No. Let's keep going. Secure 4 encampments. Well, there's plenty of those around, so... Yeah, we need the encampments to get the artillery unit. Take some supplies and leave. Take some encampment and leave. Ransack the camp. No, just, yeah. Sir, this camp was abandoned in haste. Cooking fires still smolder and scattered kit lies strewn about the grounds. The enemy must have left in a great hurry, though the reason is not immediately clear. We may strip the camp for supplies or take the time to pull up the works entirely. The latter may draw attention, and it's possible a patrol may return before we finish. Yep, just... If we ransack the camp, we'll take weapons and all their gear, but we'll likely face an enemy. No, just take some supplies. Now, if we have the Saboteur perk, then we could just blow everything up and take everything. All right. All right, this is more like it. What do we got? Hanover. Oh, Hanoverians and Hessians. Okay, so this is a... Interesting. So this is not a typical British army. This is a British Empire army because it is made up of Hanoverians from Hanover and Hessians from, well, that part of Germany. So yeah, this is a British Empire army, not a British army. It's basically their think of them as like, they use the Hessians as mercenaries, but that's also because they were just part of the Empire at the time. Ooh. They're also all veterans. Yikes. Okay. And they have their own... Well, there's one subsidy cavalry unit. Okay. And they didn't bring any cannons, which, sucks for them, I guess. All right. Let's fight it out. Not a big deal. We can handle this. I hope. Yeah, we can handle this. I hope. Because, like, every first few battles of a new chapter are always going to be rough. We'll figure it out. Okay. Let me see. Yep. Like we said earlier, no cannons, but that's a lot of infantry. All right. Well, I don't want to fight them with my my flank across the river, so instead, Second Brigade forms on the left side of the river. Not with the Gronzers. Heck no, they're with me. No, the There we go. There's the right. And then the center, as always, is the French Fusiliers, who are now veterans. However, one thing we can do now, which I'm probably definitely going to do, is because I want them to stay, I don't want them to, like, wrap around on us. I want to keep them focused. We're going to tilt the line a bit. So, let's see. Yeah, put them there, and then... And the rest of you guys can come over here. And we can unlimber the guns to support them. Now, normally you would want to pull the guns, your cannons further up so you can start shooting earlier, but I don't want to do that. Now, let's see what they do. I'm hoping they angle their line to meet ours. But if they don't, that's fine. In the meantime, our cavalry's... Well... Ah, crap. I should have looked at the map better. The river's right there, too. Okay. Well, we definitely don't want the cavalry crossing the river under fire, so let's move them over here. So the infantry are going to have to slug it out without the cavalry for now, because the cavalry has to take a bit of a wider trip to avoid getting shot at while they're crossing the river. Wow, you guys are fast! I didn't know Irish grenadiers could run that quick. Good grief. Okay. Form up on the fences so we can use them for cover. I want the Gronzers up in front in the buildings. Actually, yeah, and the other Fusiliers can take this position. Quickly, quickly, quickly. But you guys are stupid. Get them. Wait. Now shoot. Oh, those are Grenadiers. Get back. Those are Hanoverian Grenadiers. Get back. The reason we want to get back is Grenadiers. The AI uses Grenadiers as, well, shock troops. So if you see Grenadiers, they're probably going to charge at some point. And light units, like the Gronzers, get shattered in charges. You're not supposed to let them get charged. Yeah, they're done. Bye-bye. Big cavalry brawl over here. But, yeah, there goes one of my units. They're just too tired. There goes one of theirs. There goes another one of mine. Oh, there goes the light cav. Shattered. Great. Yep, retreating. Yep. All right, so they win the cavalry engagement because my guys were too tired to fight. This is not good. Because now with the cavalry advantage, that means they can sweep the line. Now, if this gentleman cav unit pulls itself together, we might be able to use it. That was stupid. Why would you... Okay. Hang on, we gotta save them. Get in there. Yeah, they threw one of their cavalry units at us to break the line. Didn't work. Didn't work over here either. Spread out. Yep, shattered. Idiots. And I was right. Oh, good. Both units recovered. Good. All right, so both of our cavalry units recovered, but they're in no shape to fight right now, so I need to pull them away from this. Everything's going on the other side of the line. Tolerable. Could be better, though. We need to break this formation. Yeah, because if this turns into a slugging match, we're gonna lose. Because these Grenadiers are already losing so many of their dudes. See if we can't speed this up a little bit. Oh, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? A cavalry unit didn't break after all. Alright. Well, the Gronzers are over here now, so they can start firing on the... Wait a minute. Get up on the hill. Way better. Get on the hill. They can pick off those Grenadiers and take some pressure off the line. Don't sprint. Just walk. You're both tired. And this dumbass coming back for round 2. Oh, there go. Okay, good. We broke that one. Good. That's good. We're turning the. We're winning the fight on the right. We are gonna have to kill. We're gonna have to run this guy down. Kindly piss off and don't come back. Get him, boys. There we go. Got him. All right, break off. Let him go. Yeah, let him go. Move a little closer. I know you guys are light infantry, but these shots have to count, for Pete's sake. All right, go ahead. Fire away. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, move. Move to engage. Get close. Time to do what the Grenadiers do best. Since they're doing that, we can swing these guys around. Being up on this hill helps. It means we have accuracy, so because we're shooting down at them. Good. Get in there. They're exhausted. They won't be able to fight this off. Oh shit, you guys hit the wrong unit. You charged into the wrong unit. Damn it. Alright. Get in there. Help them. That's alright. They got him. And there go the Hanoverians. Shattered. Well done, boys. Well done. That was brutal over here, but they did it. I'm just going to let the Gronzers just chase these Hanoverian Grenadiers down. Get in there. If they're going to stand there and take pot shots at us, run them down. And yeah, they're gone. Good job. So now, I think these are the only guys left, these veteran musketeers, who now have to make a very important choice. Stick around and fight it out, or run for their lives. Which, running would be the smart option. But I doubt they're going to do that. Because I'm moving 3 battalions in on them, so they need to run at some point. And if they don't, the cavalry will run them down. Give them something else to shoot at. Get him. Yeah, they're done. Bye-bye. Yep. Bye-bye. God, that was brutal. We, I hope we got a lot of I hope we took a lot of captives from that, because we're going to need to replace these losses. That hurt. But comes with the territory. It is chapter 2, after all. Money! Okay, we did take some captives, actually. That's good. Let's see, let's take... We need food, so we'll take the provisions. And the veterancy. Oh god, yeah, I figured. Yeah, we don't have enough to... We don't have enough. Alright, you're the Grenadier commander, so... No, none of these are good for you. Well, actually, the movement speed would be nice, but the Grenadiers are already fast. I've seen it, so, nah. Cunning, charge. Yeah, charge. Savage, which gives them a charge boost. You guys are ready to become, yep, Irish Grenadiers. Nice. All right. That went well, actually. I mean, we did lose a lot. We did take some damage, but we'll live. All right, moving on. We need to find more encampments, so let's go to this one. I don't have enough stuff for them. Yeah, we're gonna lose guys to desertion. I just don't have enough for them. Because I don't have any blankets to give them or any supplies. Okay. Get some reservists. Get some food and ammunition. All right, what do we got? Oh, wow! I forgot. Okay, so, sometimes you can find booty. Or, well, I call it that. I'm talking like a pirate. You can find treasures that cannot be equipped. These are things like banners that are like regimental flags that are taken from the enemy, uniforms, stuff like that. Or you can find jewelry. This is excellent tier jewelry, meaning it's literally maxed, like, its price is maxed out. Like, it's the best I'm gonna get. Yeah, item sale cost. Yeah, no, I'm giving it to you. You can have it. That gives us a ton of money, which is great. Oh, the shop does... Oh. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll sell it somewhere else. You've got enough. Here, you can have it. Cool. Okay. Yeah, there's the blanket rolls, which I'm going to take one just in case. Stamina for marching. Movement speed, always good. More movement speed. Infantry hangers. All right, we need guns. I'm just going to check through here first. Nope. Quartermaster? Oh, wait, wrong one. Staff College. Anything? Reload movement speed, cover range. Ooh, yes. That'll work. We need that. What else we got? Charge. Oh, yes. I'll take that too. Yoink. All right. Good. And what guns do you have? Neustadt muskets, Sewell muskets, land pattern muskets. Ooh, some good bayonets. I'd rather find heavy bayonets, though. Like that one. Let's see. But it's not it's basic quality, so I don't want it. What's we got in here? Some good Charleville muskets. Neustadt, Sewell muskets, which are good for what they are. Are there any ones that are good on the charge? I think those are Tula. Great melee. Bleh. Excellent pattern Sewell musket, though. Sure, I'll take it. Okay, do any of our guys need better muskets? Yes, actually. Quite a few of them. Charleville, Charleville. Oh, you guys can be veterans now. Done. All right, Soul. Yeah, Soul musket, Charleville. Yep, okay. All right, it's going to cost 600 to get a new brigade, so we need to find some more dudes at some point. Oh, God, that cost half of what I had. Ah, that hurts. That hurts seeing all that money just go away. Oh, well. All right, I think we're good for now. We'll come back later when we have stuff. And if we were in English territory, I'd be burning everything and taking it for myself. But we're not. We're in French territory, and that'd be really screwed up. Yay, negotiations. Awesome. Ooh, a fort we can take. Awesome. And then we need to find more convoys to secure. Why is there a convoy out in the swamp? I'm not going after that. Going into swamps can cause attrition and can get your guys killed. I'm not going in there. Abandoned fort. Strip it. Basic muskets. That's fine. We can sell those. Ooh, supply cache. Mine. Mine. Thank you. All right, check this encampment. Ooh, Ypres. Neat. All right, give them blankets. Oop, patrol, army on patrol. Ooh, a battlefield. Search there. Squirrel! That's what I feel like, just ADHD kicking in, like, squirrel! Alright, tend to the wounded. We want the reservists. Ooh, another fort. Winter's a month off, and the first snowfall is expected. Your army will travel slower, visibility will be limited, and food consumption will increase. Store sufficient provisions and prepare for hardship. We can't wait out the season. Prisoner exchange. Let's see. No. Haul up the guns and lay siege. Got it. We breach the walls. Use grenades. Got it. Yoink. Nice. Some good stuff. Drop Ooh. Blitz! No, field hospitals. Field hospitals means we get back 15% of our casualties, which is going to be really useful. All right, let's march to Ypres. Ah, crap. Fine, you guys want to scrap? Let's scrap. What do they got? Oh, the Brunswick Grenadiers. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. And British Foot. Okay. The gloves are off. Yeah, the AI is taking the gloves off. Okay. This is going to be kind of rough. Yeesh. Let's equip this new stuff. Yeah, you guys are you guys are melee focused. And then the, you're charge focused. So let's see, there you go. Let's see. There you go. Oh, wait, no. You, hang on. There we go. These guys, these grenadiers are basically going to be saving our butts a lot in fights. So I need to make sure I give them the right stuff. All right, yeah, I think we're good. We've got a lot of weapons we can hand out, but we'll save that for later. Wait a minute. We want to get morale. You want to get morale above 75 so you can get bonuses. So why did I give you that? You don't even use guns. Actually, wait a minute. Here, you put that on. You're going to need that. And then you guys... Here, take that so you can keep up with them. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we'll be all right. All right, let's do it. Come on, let's dance. Do rations boost up the show? Yes. There are different types of rations. You can only have one equipped at a time. And they do things like raise morale, raise charge damage, raise accuracy, that kind of stuff. So, like, there's tobacco, which gives you better accuracy, but slows your reload, or something like that. I don't remember. But, like, you basically, that's what the rations are for, along with other equipment you can give your men. And that's what's really cool about this game is that, unlike in Total War, well, okay, back in the older versions of Total War, you felt like you were having some say on what happened to your army by, like, you know, making sure their armor was upgraded and all that kind of stuff. In this game, you feel like these units are yours because you customize every, like, regiment. You pick what equipment they have. You pick what gear they use. And it makes you more connected and more focused on your men. You don't just want to throw them to their deaths if you put so much time and effort into equipping them. Heck, y'all remember in the Prussian campaign we did last time we did this, those Prussian scouts that we gave rifles to, they did work, but those rifles were expensive and I didn't want to lose them. I was willing to throw men into the meat grinder to save those rifles and those men. They were that good. So yeah, you get attached. All right, there's no... Okay, there is a position of high ground here, but we'd have to run for the hill, which we could probably make it, honestly, I think. Hang on. Let's spread out a bit. All right, I want... Let's see. I want our main 1st Brigade with the infantry, along with the artillery, to get to that hill. The infantry will take the like the hedges and the farmland positions. The cannon needs to get up there on that hill so we can have the accuracy boost. Meanwhile, the horses... Actually, wait, hang on. Yeah, the position of honor on the right. As always, along with the Fusiliers, because their accuracy is really good to have. All right, and our cavalry... Yeah, the cavalry, as always, needs to wait and see what the enemy does. Probably just going to keep them in the middle for now. All right, real quick. So 1st Brigade, march and take this position. We could probably actually, hang on. Yeah. We can dig, we can grab the farmland for some cover and use the hill, too. And then let's get the cannon up on the hill. Along with the general. Now, they didn't bring any cannons, which helps, but it's not gonna win us the battle. All right, and you guys, as always, are on the right flank. Do not screw this up. Well, I don't know why I said that. They never do. So. And then, as always, the cavalry needs to follow behind because I don't know where they're gonna be needed. Yeah, those grenadiers are fast. Thank goodness we gave them those boosts. Look at them go. They're faster than light infantry, for Pete's sake. Wait, I wonder if we can hear... Yeah, you can! Listen. So you remember we gave these guys a bagpipe unit. You can hear the bag... That's why I love this game. The customization actually shows. We gave these grenadiers a bagpipe unit, and you can hear the bagpipes playing. Like, you can actually... It actually shows what we did for that unit. And if we were giving any of our guys, like, deployable defenses or stuff, they would set those up once they were in position. Hey, Infertin, how you doing? All right, we're almost in position. And their cavalry's still in the center. That makes me nervous. I don't know what they're gonna do with it. All right, guns deployed. All right, I see them. They're going left, so we're gonna go left. Veteran foot unit. Hold. Wait. Let him get close. Steady, comrades! Wait for them to get close! Alright, now shoot. Ouch. Alright. And so it, to quote King Theoden, so it begins. They're throwing everything over here on the right against my grenadier unit. No idea why. Whoop. Ad. Are you kidding now? Alright, we're about to get an ad, so I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'm not gonna play through this without y'all. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. All right, we're back. And I think this is going to be the final battle for the night, mainly because I need to get all my stuff situated. Like I said earlier in the stream, I need to start packing up my computer stuff. So after the stream's over, I'm going to have to disconnect, turn off everything, disconnect all of it, and pack it all up. I'll still have internet for the night and then part of tomorrow, but around like, I don't know, sometime in the afternoon, I'll have taken my router back to the provider, and I'll still be able to use Discord, I think, but I won't be online as often, I guess, is the word I'm looking for here. Because, you know, gotta move. Though, again, I say that. I really don't know, because, like, it would help if I knew when the movers were coming. I don't know what time they're coming. Get him. All right, get in there and help them. Come on, get them. There we go. Big cavalry scrap. Maybe they move the time to tomorrow. Maybe, but like, I got a text saying that they would let me know today what time they were going to be here on Wednesday. Like, all I know is that it's Wednesday morning. That's all I know. Like, I don't have a time. I don't have an exact time or anything like that. Just Wednesday morning. All right, pull back. I don't want you guys getting shot up. All right, they're shooting us up over here. I need to get the cavalry involved. Crap. All right, hang on. We'll deal with that. Okay, cavalry's broken. Let's clean up this mess. Yeah, because my men are getting shot up all over the place, and I need to, like... Yeah, they're holding, though, which is important. Oh, for Pete's sake. Will you cav just piss off already? Yeah, go away. Alright, they're done. Yeah, I need to pull back. Pull this unit back, because they're getting shot up. Come on, break them. There we go. Alright. Pull these guys back, they're tired. Oh, for Pete's sake. I hate it when they just don't stay away. Alright, broke that one. Alright, break. There. Okay, they're gone now too. Hope it stays that way. Alright, keep pressing in. Those guys are about ready to reform. Let's chase them down. Crap. Yeah, break them. I was hoping they'd stay broken long enough for us to do some damage. Come on, break. There we go, finally. Alright. Break them too. I don't want them reforming. There we go. All right, we've basically turned this around on them. They were basically all bunched up here. Now they're getting shot up. Yep, shattered. All right. See if we can't press in a bit. Yeah, these guys are in trouble. They know they're in trouble, but they're not running, which they really should be at this point. Oh well. Not my choice, their choice. So now they can die for it. Yeah, the cannonballs are messing them up. Tell the cannons to stop. Don't want them hitting our own guys. There we go. Perfect. Maybe in Fur 10, who knows? Or heck, they might call me in the next, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. Who knows? Oh, that was costly. That was really costly. And we captured a bunch of guys, but, like, that was still costly. The good news is with the field hospitals, we get back some of our losses, which is nice. Okay, good. Whew. We are going to need to get more ammunition, though. Still, that was pretty good. Well done, boys. No. None of these are very good for you. Morale damage received. Minus 20. Officer death chance. None of these are very good. What else we got? Steadfast. Combat effectiveness. That works. Timely. Reload speed and movement speed. Very nice. And once we find some more men, we could get a new brigade. But for right now, we need officers, and we need an officer, and we need, well, men. So, all right. That's going to do it for now, though. Let's see. Let me just... we. All right. And yeah, and next week, we'll probably pick up with this again. We'll see. I do want to play through all of the campaigns at some point. But that being the case, I hope you all had a great time tonight. We're not going to go raid anyone tonight, I don't think. Instead, why am I bald? Instead, I hope you guys are part of the Discord because I'm going to be posting the trailer for what Friday's big game is going to be. Because Friday, well, okay, my birthday is Wednesday. For those who don't know, my birthday is Wednesday, but that's when I'm moving into my new apartment. So we're going to celebrate my birthday on Friday with a huge stream of my favorite game. And I'm actually going to post a little trailer thing I made for it in the Discord. So that being the case, I've been Zaruk Windcaller. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you, and I hope you had a great time. I will see you all on Thursday. Hopefully I'll be able to talk to y'all on Wednesday in the Discord, but I'll see you all on Thursday. Have a great night, and remember, at the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Don't trade them for anything. I love you guys. I'll see you all then. Bye-bye.